reason they pay to the humane.
It's not that. No, we don't get everything all on shop. It'd be nice if we did. Yeah, it needs to be where they track it. I'm 300%. It needs to be where they track it.
Certified and then teaching these new people.
The reason I didn't come through there too.
That's what
Them railroads.
get people
I hope God knows what they are.
You know what I mean?
Beg your pardon?
No, you're fine. I put all my stuff down here.
And we have a cheat sheet on it, but they golly.
And it's allergy time in Tennessee, so I brought my Kleenexes.
I've got more.
Coach colleagues, and then you have a coach.
24, 25, I would assume. Yeah. Yeah. This is General Fund 101. And I wonder what tab this goes under. Any idea, Mr. Walker? Which one? 101?
Tabs on the bottom, yeah.
Tab 10, thank you. I'd have got lost. It wouldn't take much this morning. Praise God. Okay. Replacement or addition? Thank you, Mr. Harville. I wasn't paying attention, but thank you.
I didn't see it either, they didn't tell me.
Well, it wouldn't take much today, huh? Beat it to death.
Lady?
I'll get her on the way out.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Glad to see all these bright, sunshiny faces here as we get ready to open our budget committee. And wish everyone well. All minds working together. And our main goal, as always, is to do what's best for the citizens of this county. So as we move forward, if you have passion, speak your mind. Otherwise, we'll move forward with this. Do we have any visitors wishing to address the committee at this time?
Thank you, Robert.
Joe Stevens Road. Hadn't planned to say anything, but I was looking this morning, looking for the last several days to find a copy of the budget for the public to see. If it's on there, I'd like to know where it is. I just didn't see it. I'm not saying it's not there, but I couldn't find it in the places that I normally would expect it to be. So I just like some clarification on that. And if it is not there, frankly, I think this meeting should be adjourned until the public can know what it is you're looking at. And I understand you're evidently getting more and more handouts today. And of course, the public hasn't seen those as well. This is a public meeting about millions, hundreds of millions of public dollars. This information should be out there to the public that pays the bills. And if it is, that's great. If it isn't, we have a serious problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else that wishes to address the committee? All right. We have no old business, so we'll move into our new business. Item 4, 4A, School Department Presentation. Mr. Bunch.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm going to try to keep you on schedule as she pulls up our briefing. I'll just tell you bottom line up front, we are not asking for any additional funds, and we are honoring the two commitments that we made to fund, one of those being an $800,000 payment to the county for the initiation of the SRO program, and the other is we have $85,000 budgeted for our portion of the J-turns on 160. Both of those have been included. Okay, so that's how I want to start. I am Arnie Bunch, happy to brief you on the Hamlin County Department of Education budget for school year 24-25. I'm happy that I've got board members here to support, and I appreciate them being here, and I appreciate their service to the kids in this community as they try to educate. I also want to extend a sincere thank you to all of you on behalf of all of the Hamlin County Department of Education for your strong support. I frequently say that we are shaping Hamlin County's future one student at a time. Without your financial support and without the support you have given us, we wouldn't be able to do that. So thank you very much for that support, and I'll have a couple of other thank yous along the way here. There are a few things that have shaped this budget, and I want to go over those here, and I'll touch on them as we go forward. First off, the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. Those are the COVID funds that the federal government injected into our budget. Those are no longer available. Those funds ran out, and those funds are no longer here for us to be able to utilize. Last year in our budget that we presented to you, that was about $9 million that came out of the budget. The second thing is the federal government has reduced our funding in some areas. I'll go over that in a minute to let you know where those reductions are. That is predominantly going to hit our Title I schools. Those are our most economically disadvantaged student populations. And so the federal government has reduced some of the funding in that area, and I'll cover that. The last item that's been a big driver, and it's going to be a 3-year driver, started last year, we got one behind us, is the governor's mandated $50,000 a year, $50,000 min starting teacher salary. That is shaping a lot of what we do and eliminates a lot of flexibility to address things, and I'll go over all three of these things as we go through. But as you listen, those are three things that have shaped a lot of what we've needed to do within the budget this year. Let me see here if I can make this work. Okay. Last year when I briefed you, we had just awarded this contract for Lincoln Elementary, and I want to give you just a quick update on where we're at. This is a reasonably recent photo of the construction site. You can see there's been a lot of progress. You will also note on the slide the completion date is right now October the 29th of 2024. So that is a little bit later than what we had originally anticipated. But with the weather we had this year and some of the other things, I feel very comfortable that we're still moving in that direction. If we complete on this date, you should expect us to move into that building over the holiday break around Christmas, and want to get those kids in there as quickly as we can. And then what that will do is it'll free up the old Lincoln Elementary so that we can do some other things and utilize that space. I'll give you a glimpse into one of those areas that we're looking to use it for, but we're very happy with the progress that we're making here. I'll take a couple of minutes before I step into the other slides. Last year when I briefed you, I briefed our budget as having a very significant portion of dollars that were going to go into a SSO program. That would have been something that we would have funded within the Hamlin County Department of Education, and we would have had individuals that were providing the security in the schools that were going to be funded by us. And at the time that I asked that, we had a total of 4 SROs in the entire school system. 2 of those were county, 2 of those were city. And I begged, I asked and begged for more SROs, and I wanted the county to step into this, or the city, so that we did not get into a policing organization. I want our organization to be an education organization and educating students, not worrying about trying to take care of the security, and we'll work with everybody, but I did not want that to be our primary focus. you responded in a very favorable manner. Today, we have 18 SROs with another one in the pipeline, identified, got to get through the academy, and that will give us a SRO in every one of our schools. We were at one in every school, and we had someone resign. That's going to happen. And Sheriff Mullins and Captain Cribley have moved very quickly to identify another individual, and we'll go into that school hopefully as we start the new year. We know that as we open the new Lincoln, we will no longer have, we have one that covers that entire complex. We know there will be a need for another one. The Sheriff's Department's already working on that. They're already looking at it, so it's one that we really have done a good job at. When we think, most of the time when you think about SROs, you envision them doing this. You think about them coming in the halls when there is a threat or when anyone is doing some other things. These are pictures of our outstanding SROs participating in scenarios and training at East High. And we all want them to be very good at this. We really want them to be good at this. What you don't always think about are the other aspects. These are school pictures where they are being honored and praised or doing something like walking down the hallway holding the hand of a child that is a student that is ill at ease or nervous about going into the classrooms. That young man on the left is escorted into the building every morning from his vehicle by that officer so that he will feel comfortable enough to go into the school. Our staff, as well as our parents and guardians, feel much, much safer with your deputies on site. I believe there could also be a much bigger and longer-term impact of this. Many of our students have never encountered law enforcement when it wasn't in a negative manner. A family member being arrested or someone coming into the home and taking someone out. Through the interactions these professionals have with our students, I hope we're making a generational change so that they respect law enforcement more than they have in previous years. So the picture on the left is them coming in the door. The picture on the right is an SRO doing exactly what we need, which is holding the student's hand and making sure they're there. So thank you for those who are ready to lay their life on the line to protect our students and staff and still have the compassion to hold an unsure student's hand to comfort him. Thank you for everything you've done in this area. Quickly go over our school nutrition program, and there's a point that I want to make here so that you understand why I'm so proud of what we're doing. In January, as many of you realize, we went into the community eligibility provision process with the United States Department of Agriculture. That meant in January, every one of our students were eligible to eat breakfast and lunch for free. We are now serving approximately 1,000 more lunches a day than we were before we went into this program. I interpret that as we had students who weren't eating because their families wouldn't fill out the free or reduced forms or whatever. Pride wouldn't let them, whatever it was, those kids were not getting lunch for free. And I also interpret that as we had hungry students, and hungry students can't learn. And that's why this is so important for what we're doing. This chart specifically I pulled out to show you what going into this new program means for us. Similar months, one less lunch serving day, same school year, roughly $150,000 more dollars into the school nutrition program budget. Where we're at on this program, they're reevaluating our numbers. They're not yet. They're pulling our numbers from April. They'll revalidate those in June. And what we expect, we're very, very, very confident that we're going to get 4 years more in this program because they're going to look at the need and the numbers, and we're going to get 4 more years of these dollars rolling in. And what we actually think is going to happen is right now they repay us 92%. They do a different funding strategy, so we don't get all the money that we could. We think that number's even going to go up because we're going to think they're going to fully reimburse us for every meal that we serve. And so this is a This is an effort that we have taken, and I wanted to point it out because I need you to understand there are a lot of young men and women in our schools that are struggling with food. And that's the reason I wanted to take an extra minute to let you know this. And this is our effort to try to address it, but we shouldn't lose track. We have struggling families that are out there in our community. These are our these are the charts we normally brief, where we talk to you about what our fund balance is, 3 months operating, and how much additional monies are in this. These dollars can only be spent in the school nutrition program. They cannot go anywhere else. This next chart will let you know what we're doing, how we plan to use that. We are going to allocate monies out of this to go to the equipment that we're putting into the new Lincoln Elementary. We're also going to do the cafeteria in the new Miller Boyd Annex. I'll talk more about that in a little bit later. Will also come out of this. Most of these, as you read them, they're reasonably easy to understand, and I can go into something there if you want. The one that may cause your eyebrow to go up would be the food truck. Please do not envision that as a food truck that goes out and makes hamburgers and hot dogs and tacos or whatever else it is, like a vendor. This is actually a truck that one of the other districts in the Upper East Tennessee region is utilizing to take foods from the cafeteria, put them in the back so that they stay warm, and they can serve them when they get out to where kids are going to field trips, Special Olympics, the park, other things like that. So this is modeled after a successful program in another district. We went out and looked at the best use. This alleviates the need for teachers to go pick up the additional foods and take them out. They're not as fresh, they're not as nutritious, and many times they're not what the kids want. This is a better way to serve our kids so that we're also alleviating the workload off the teachers. That's what that is, because that one's one, when I first saw it, it got my eye, and I figured it would probably catch some of your all's attention. I wanted to make sure you understood what we were trying to do on that. Federal grants. The federal government identified an error in how the state of Tennessee has been calculating federal funds for the districts. We were receiving funds from the state at the way the state calculated those, but the state was not calculating them appropriately with the new change that the federal government had come up with, which meant we were getting more funds than we were supposed to in our federal budgets. The state has been negotiating with the federal government for for quite some time, and it impacted, you could see there, FY18 to FY22, and the result of that is we were overpaid somewhere in the neighborhood of $127,000. We have to repay that money over a 7-year period in reductions to our federal budget. And so it is going to have an impact on us, and we're working our way through that. That's one of the reasons the federal funding has changed. While I am upset that we've lost $127,000, there are other districts that are in worse financial shape than us that have lost as much as $500,000. And so they're going to be in even a worse position. This chart I have on here two years for a very specific reason. Last year we were told to plan, so when I say last year, I'm talking about in the September, October timeframe of last year. Build your budget based on the number that is in the top, the $3.132 million number. Plan your federal Title I budget based on that. 2 weeks ago, we were informed that number was going to be less. Yes. 2 weeks from the end of school, we were informed we had $250,000 plus less money. Right around $271,000 we didn't have in the budget. That was not going to come to us. Put us in the red in some areas. We had to move some monies around from different title programs, but we got it covered. But it's not exactly the way you want to find out you got $270,000 less when you're 2 years from completing the execution of the budget for that year. The number on the right, the reduction, that is over the 2 years. That is a combination of what we lost in 23-24 from what we had been told we were going to receive, plus the difference and what we are being told we will get next year. So, for example, on the Title I budget, we went down $271,000 roughly for the 23-24 budget, and we're taking an additional $40,000 hit this next year. And you will also note again, there are no ESSER funds that are in there, and so we're not going to get that. And as I said earlier, if you just for memory, the Title I schools, those are our most economically challenged schools where we got the highest poverty of student population in the district. We have 8 of those schools right now. The other thing that played into our budget this year was a finding of disproportionality. This occurred last year, and I briefed you last year. It's going to happen again this year. And just so I level set everybody with what this means, a finding of significant disproportionality means that the number of students in a specific demographic group is overrepresented in our special needs calculations for the percentage. Meaning, in this case, our black or African American population is 5.9% of our overall student population. That number's remained reasonably consistent since I got here. When we look at those, that particular demographic in certain special needs categories, they're over 7%. It's a federal mandate. They look at the numbers. It is over the population that you would normally have, 7% plus, and that is found as significant. The result of that is we have 15% of our budget, not 15,000, I wish it was 15,000. 15% of our budget is set aside to try to put in measures that will minimize that number that fall into that special needs category. In other words, early interventions, additional things we look for to try to keep them off the path of being diagnosed or with those. And for us this year, that's $428,328. That causes an issue in our other part of our budget, and the reason it is the majority of those dollars go to people, which means I had to find a way within the budget to have $400,000 extra to cover those people because we lost those funds. It's the second year in a row, and it's going to be, on the end, it's going to be one of the things that we're watching for the future because we've got to continue to do this, and until we get those numbers back to where the federal government tells us we're okay, we're going to have to continue to watch that and consider it in the rest of our budget. We step into the budget here and try to do a dive into this. These are our revenue sources. This is our second year under the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement methodology, replaced BEP, which many of you have served for a while, were familiar with. This is the new funding strategy. As you recall, this funding strategy is based on our enrollment and the unique learning needs of our students. Those two factors calculate into what is state and local shared funding. And then there are other things that the state is directly funding us, and there is no local contribution for those dollars. Those things are the number of students we have in kindergarten through the 3rd grade, the number of 4th grade students who have scored in the below or approaching expectations category on 3rd grade ELA that need additional supports going into the 4th grade. It looks at career and technical education, and it looks at the number of students that need to be taking the ACT, which are really our high school juniors. Those are all state direct funding. There's no local funding that contributes to that, just so that I'm covering that. There are 2 items the state changed this year. Last year, we received $6,860 for every student. This year, the state is providing $7,075 for each student, a difference of $215 per student. That is the only real number change in the whole chart that had all the unique learning needs and the percentages and everything like that. That's the only thing that really changed in that. The other thing that changed, or that the decision the state made, which resulted in a change, is because of data integrity issues, the state decided to hold harmless the students considered economically disadvantaged. What that means for us, what that meant for the districts is, if your numbers that you calculate and have in the system for economically disadvantaged that meet the criteria are higher than what you had last year, you get the money for what you generate dollars-wise. If your numbers are lower because there was so much confusion about what falls into the category or not, because of some changes that were made in Medicare and Medicaid, then what they will do this year is they're going to pay you at the higher of the numbers. So we, this year, are being funded at the economically disadvantaged numbers that we had last year. I will tell you later on, that is one we're going to have to watch for next year's budget. We're tracking it. But we are this year getting the money that's based off last year's numbers of students that fell into that economically disadvantaged category. This is this chart shows the totals after everything got run through the state's calculator to come up with the amount of money that we get. There are a couple of numbers that I've highlighted here, and I'm going to see, I don't know that which one of these buttons do I hit to have no pointer? Okay, no pointer. She's shaking her head, no, you can't do that. I'll draw your attention first to the green in the weights column. If you look at that one down at the bottom and you look at that, that is the local, it's all good, it's all good.
It does point.
Well, it's all good, don't worry about it. That is the amount of money that that's what the local contribution is for this year, okay? That is based on fiscal capacity. That number will not change. The state has locked that number. That number's done. It will not change. That is the local contribution. That number is $633,443 more than and that is the men local contribution. That number is $633,000 more than the men local contribution last year. That is not significant to us or right now to you, because the maintenance of effort of what you are paying is already more than $27 million. You are already paying above that minimum number, and that number for men is on the last line there, current maintenance of effort. That's why it's on there, and I wanted you to see that. The reason I track the $633,000 and want to bring it to your attention is I want you to know how quickly we're approaching that 27 million number, so that if I am going to get to the point that I need to come back and ask for additional funds, or the local contribution is going to exceed the maintenance of effort, I feel like I owe that to you to let you know. That is about an 11% increase over what the men physical capacity was last year, in closure toward that maintenance of effort. So that's the purpose of that. When you run everything through, looking at unique learning needs, student population, all the other factors, there's about $4.61 million more dollars that have come in from the state, and that's the money that we get to work with to try to solve the issues that we have within the district. Where are we going to spend the money? As you can tell by looking at this chart, the vast majority of our dollars go toward our most valuable resource, our people. They're the ones that are making the difference, and that's where most of our dollars are, and that's really the only one of the bigger areas that we can play in. This is a top-level summary of some of the items that we are doing this year. Everyone that works in the Hamilton County Department of Education will get a 3% pay raise. It keeps us on the path to meet Governor Lee's mandated men starting teacher salary. I've got a chart a little bit later on that I will go into to let you know where we're at on that. One of the items that I promised last year, or mentioned to you all that we did not get to address, that was requested, was addressing discrepancies or not paying our secretaries and our bookkeepers at the same manner across the spectrum. We solved that in this year's budget. We said we would go look at, my word was, we're going to go look at it. This year we've addressed that, and it'll be much more comparable across the board, whether you're working in central office or whether you're working in the schools. We wanted to get that aligned so that it was properly taken care of. This funds our multilingual learner needs right now based on our current population. We have added 11 English second language teachers this year. 6 of those are because of the English second language population growth that we've experienced this year. I did not put any additional monies into the budget anticipating additional English second language coming in. I don't see funding ahead of the need as the right thing to do, and I can't see taking the money away from general education to put it into an area where we may see growth. We've got to see the growth, and we'll respond to that growth when it occurs. That is an area that's in the end a watch area for us, and I can go into any level of detail about what we experienced this year because it's been pretty remarkable how we flexed to meet that. We are partially funding family insurance competitive shortfalls. What I mean by that is we looked at districts around us and the amount of money that a percentage of the family care plans that we were paying for was getting out of balance with some of the districts that we compete for with talent. And so every one of the families that are on a family care plan, we're going to put $1,000 more toward the family care plan to shorten that gap and take better care of them, which really equates to about $1,000 more a year going into their pockets. We funded the inflationary increase software, transportation, maintenance, custodial. We funded our insurance increases for all across the board, and we increased our per diem to where it's more comparable to what other organizations are paying. We were paying at $26 a day for meals, which doesn't cover anything, and we're now up to $54 to be more comparable with what other districts are doing and what the state is doing. This supports career and technical education programs. This year we're adding a cosmetology teacher as well as adding 2 work-based learning coordinators. The reality of how this works, we in the general fund are only paying 25% of those. 75% will be paid by a grant. And what this should result back for the district based on the way the state funds our career and technical education programs, we actually should generate revenue out of this because we have a waiting list to get into our cosmetology programs right now. We aren't servicing our students the way we need to. We will also start a dual enrollment class with TCAT. Susie Cox and I have already worked that out. And what the work-based learning, we get more dollars flowing in based on what the work is doing. So these actually, they're going to cost us on the front end. They should actually be revenue generators when we get into the gonculator next year based on our students. We are putting funds in for an additional pre-K classroom. One of our district targets is early literacy focus. This strongly supports that. We got a grant. That's about $86,000 of it. And then the total cost is a little over $110,000. We're just making up the difference and capitalizing on it to try to get better early literacy focus. We are funding an arts integration specialist this year. That's a part-time position. That's been grant funded previously and then ESSER funded, and we're going to pick that up. It's purchasing vehicles according to our district replacement schedule. One of the best things the district did was get into we're replacing buses at a regular basis so we don't have a giant hit financially. I had a district this spring that informed me as they're going through their budget, they got to buy 12 buses this year. I'm telling you, if we were in that position, we would be broke. So I'm very proud of the board and everybody making the decision to go to that kind of a strategy because it really alleviates a lot of heartburn, a lot of headaches as you go down the road. We are continuing our Grow Your Own program. We are paying the $800,000 to the county, and this is our last payment to support the SRO program. And as I said earlier, we are putting $85,000 into for our share of the J-turns for Highway 160. And then the other thing we're doing this year is we're addressing district comparability issues. Comparability is how the federal government looks at us, or how we put our staff and how we fund our schools. And they want to see all of them funded or manned similarly. They don't have to be exact, got to be able to explain differences. And then what title dollars should do is add on to that. And we're addressing those things here, as well as we're adding an additional classroom teacher at Fairview because of population growth this year. And we're adding 2 additional teachers and classrooms at Hillcrest because of population growth there. Both of those schools, we made the decision to go put modulars at them this year so that we'll be ready to start next school year, because the population has grown so much, the schools can't handle the number of kids that are in those schools. We were able to do that out of the funds that we had available because because the way the funds have rolled in. We talked about this last year when we went through a lot of the budget discussions and other discussions. We were able to take care of that internally without coming back to you to ask for additional monies, which was well over $600,000 to get those in place. But we had to start now so we'd have them ready for the next school year. This is our projected fund balance. Teacher salaries. Hey, we briefed this chart last year, and it was the first year. It highlights Governor Lee's mandate to achieve a men's starting teacher salary of $50,000 by school year 26-27. This is a 3-year issue that we're going to have to go work. And what we briefed you last year and where we still are, while we can be at the men teacher salary, we don't want to be at the men teacher salary. We want to be above that men teacher salary so that we are an employer of choice and we can win some of the competition. That is becoming even more important because the schools that we recruit from, the number of teachers that are coming out certified is going down, and we need to remain competitive. We started this year with a starting teacher salary. You can see $42,000 was what the mandate was that we needed to be at. We actually started this year with a brand new teacher with a bachelor's degree at $44,915. That was where we were. As we go into this year, we have taken a very aggressive step to get closer to the $50,000. And this highlights the adjustments that we made. We took every teacher on the bachelor's scale, which includes bachelor's degree, bachelor's plus 15, bachelor's plus 30. The plus 15 and plus 30 are additional educational credits they've received on their way to getting a master's or more. And we have bumped that pay scale all across the board, $1,500 for every step. And this is an aggressive move, but what we're trying, and one of the downfalls of this, it makes the difference between a teacher with a master's and a teacher with a bachelor's. It closes that down, but this is the only amount of money that I could get at this year. Next year, as I said last year when we looked at the bookkeepers and the secretaries, next year we will have to have a focus on how do we address those masters and above to increase that pay scale. But our goal was to get as close as we could to the $50,000 as quickly as we could, so that the jumps we had to get in the future to get to that min of 50 are smaller, and it gives us flexibility just in case the amount of money that we get come in is not as high. So that is what that was about. And if you look now, we will start this year after the 3% pay raise and this adjustment. We will start at a starting salary for our teachers at $48,322. So we're very close. And I feel comfortable we're not going to have many problems making the 50, but it is still one we've got to keep an eye on. Capital projects. I'm not going to go into each and every one of these. There are a couple, though, that I will point out. We have a roofing project that's going on at Hillcrest that was not in last year's budget. That's $1.3 million. We are finishing up with this budget a 5-phase HVAC and lighting project that we've had at Hillcrest Elementary. This is the last of those phases. That's $600,000. We are continuing to install grease traps. We did West Elementary this year. We'll be doing one at Alpha next year and picking up any other ones that we may be able to get. We've got money budgeted to resurface the track both at West High and at Long Reel. As I said earlier, we are putting in the J-turns. And then the last one that I'll draw your attention to, you will see that we carried over the renovations that we planned for the Miller Boyd Annex. I will go into a little bit later more detail. Construction costs are a severe concern that we've got to keep our eye on, and I'll explain to you why that one rolled into this year, and we didn't go ahead and start the project this last year. These are some of the items that we were not able to get to this year. That is an assistant for behaviors that we wanted to put in the Transition Academy. Our human resources, we want to improve our recruitment materials and our supplies and come up with a better data handling item. That one's pretty low cost. We may find as we execute that we can work that, but that right now that's unfunded. There are multiple staffing requests from the schools and from the supervisors that we are not able to meet. A lot of those are ESSER positions, the federal funded dollars that were rolling in for teacher assistants and other things. Those dollars are gone. I briefed you last year. We made those tough budget decisions to figure out what we were going to keep. We planned all that last year, so we didn't have to go through it this year. And we're sticking with the plan that we went through last year. So we are not adding and honoring a whole lot of those requests. That is going to make this year more challenging because we're going to go back toward a manning level that we were before the pandemic and before we added all these positions. But it's what our budget would allow. If I wanted to honor all of those requests, I'd probably need in excess of $3 million more dollars. And I'm not coming back to you and asking for money. You made that clear when I got here and in all of our discussions. So we're living within our means, and if something happens, then we'll try to readdress. One of the other areas that we're not able to handle in the budget, but is an idea that we think has a great deal of merit, is a multilingual welcome center. Last year, we saw a large influx of students, particularly Hispanic students. Most of those students were not able to speak English. And the idea of the Welcome Center is to reduce the workload that we're seeing at the schools. At this Welcome Center, if it's employed the way that we envisioned it, the students would register and they would review their shot records, their physicals, everything. They would be viewed there. It would be done in partnership with OLA. OLA would provide the translators. We would provide a retired administrator to oversee this so that they could verify addresses. What we would also do there is do the initial language screening so that we wouldn't have that going on in the schools. And the real goal of this is to preclude the schools that are executing the day-to-day work of educate the kids from having an influx of people come in that we are now trying to figure out how do we integrate them in. Many of those kids have never been in school. This would serve as a way to outline expectations with them and their parents or guardians. That's why we believe this is a good idea. We added last year at one phase from September through March, we had added 194 English second language students. Okay? That is 6 additional teachers. Those are all new people that are coming in, and many of them are unfamiliar with what we're doing in the schools. And that's why we have we looked at this and proposed it. I still have more work to do on funding employee health insurance, particularly on the family plans. And then the last item I'll hit that we aren't able to address, but I talked to you about it last year, and we are moving forward because we have a strategy and a plan now that I'm aware of, I think, for the first time. And that is, how do we put walls in our middle schools that have open classrooms? The two schools we're worried about right now on that are Meadowview and Lincoln Middle. Part of the strategy of doing this would be to use the Lincoln Elementary space once it's vacated. That's why it's so important that we get into that school as quickly as we can. This would increase the learning environment, and it will also increase our safety. The current total for the renovation is estimated right now at $13.4 million. I know that is not a trivial number, but that's what it costs. And then there are additional costs on how we create the movement space, because the strategy would be you do half of the open classrooms one year, you do the other half of the open classrooms the following year, and while you're doing that, you got to have an overflow place to put the kids. We're still working through how we exactly do that, whether that's building classrooms or working modulars. That's not been approved by the board, and I will continue to work that with the board so that we can come back to you. My goal is to get this done as quickly as we can and get it started to create a better learning environment for those schools and be safer in those schools. We are meeting with our architect next week to try to ensure our numbers are refined so that we're as close to an answer and get back to you as quickly on that as we can. The architect fees I'm taking out of outcome funds this year or out of capital. If we don't have the room in capital, I'll take it out of outcome funds so that we can move that project forward, because I think that's one of the next steps we as a district have to do, and I think it's very important for the county to get to where our title schools are equivalent class size and closure and everything else to what we have in our non-title schools. Unknowns, and these are unknowns and watch items. Legislative actions. There's still legislative actions that have been approved through the legislature that the governor has not signed. Some of those are going to drive bills. So there's a pathway to fourth grade promotion to the fifth grade. That will require tutoring. We do not have that in our budget right now. I also don't know how big that's going to be, so I can't throw a number on there. But we will eat it internally when it happens. It's just highlights. And one of the things that I have discussed with elected officials, you have a lot of focus on trying to help education, and we really appreciate that. Please understand there are cost impacts not only to the schools, but to the local funding bodies. When you add requirements, please keep that in mind and go through TISA to fund us at the appropriate levels. I bring that up only to say we got a lot of unfunded mandates that we're getting, and we're trying to flex to be able to address. Economically disadvantaged numbers for 25-26 funding. I told you earlier about the hold harmless. The difference right now between what the system shows our economically disadvantaged numbers at and the hold harmless ends up being about $400,000 of funding. If that number comes true, then I've got a $400,000 issue that I got to address start next year's budget. Not asking you to do anything, only making you aware of what we're looking at and how we're trying to address this. Multilingual learner population growth, I talked on that earlier. We had a massive influx this year. And it was not in the schools that I thought we were going to be growing. It is Hillcrest, which is sized for 650 kids, which in March was at 668 kids. Okay, so we are, how that flows in and how we handle it and how we address it is something we as a community are going to have to work, because it drives a demand for more English second language teachers. It drives a lot of additional things that we've got to try to figure out how we handle, and I want you to be aware of. Disproportionality, I talked to you earlier about that. That's one that's on our radar, and we will be tracking where we're at on that as we go through this year. The ESSER positions, I told you that earlier. That's going to be on our principals' minds, probably going to There are going to be impacts of that, but it's the budget reality of where we're at and what we got to do. And the last one is rising construction costs. We budgeted $1.6 million for the renovation at Miller Boyd for that annex. That bid came in at 2.6. We budgeted dollars for our career and technical education classrooms to be modified. One was a new classroom, one was to do renovation inside. That bid came in double what we had projected. So we are working with our architect and making sure that our asks are aligned exactly with our needs to make sure we're meeting those requirements. But those increasing costs are going to continue to put stress on our capital budgets. This is the bottom line of what the school board approved in our board meeting Tuesday night, and what I am asking you all to consider as our budget and looking for your approval to move forward. Again, not asking for any additional money. I heard you loud and clear. There's no additional money coming. And I appreciate the support you're giving us, because that difference between men dollars you would need to fund and your maintenance of effort makes it much easier for us, and not all districts are in that position. So I greatly appreciate your support, and I just ask that we be allowed to move forward. And now I'll field any questions anybody may have. Yes, sir.
This SRO officers that the cities, you say they're paying 2 of them?
The city paid 2 of them last year. What the city did this year was the city gave an amount of money that I will have to phone a friend for exactly what the city committed. But the city committed to paying dollars over a 2-year period to support the stand-up of the SRO program. And right now, all the SROs we have are county employees. They are out of it next year as well.
That, you know, the city gets by with everything. Like the school system, when it first came down years ago, it's funded by the county. Just like the sheriff's department. City police, they've got no expenses for the sheriff's department, for the new jail. They have nothing but I can't see why SRA, if its schools are in the city, why don't the city have to pick that price up?
Well, I think one of the, and so I'm not, I can't answer that. I can't understand exactly how this all played. What I will say, one of the key drivers that has helped the county this year is that the way Governor Lee implemented the law last year, there was $75,000 per school for a SRO. And I don't remember exactly how much money, but Chad Mullins was the first one at the trough trying to get his share of those dollars, and he got every one of the dollars that he asked for. I know the governor wanted to fund this and make sure somebody was doing it. The position that we were in last year when we got to this place, and I had a meeting with some elected officials and law enforcement. Last year, we were the only district in the region that didn't have a law enforcement officer in every school. We got it now, and they're doing fantastic, and it's making a big difference every day in what's going on. That sheriff's car sitting out front, that is a huge deterrent. Everybody goes, that's not an easy target. And they've done other things like getting them the right equipment, the right weapons, the gun safes. It's been great. So I can't answer how the city does it, what's going on. All I want to tell you is it's been fantastic support, and we greatly appreciate it. Because, like I said, I did not want to be in the law enforcement part of this. I wanted this JOB so that I could work with kids and try to make it better for the kids. I didn't want to worry about the other stuff. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. With the influx of immigrant kids, is there a waiver in the 3rd grade for them?
The way the 3rd grade law reads, if they're English second language students, they have a certain amount of time before they have to, their tests count. So if you are a brand new student,
Yeah.
and you are starting, you have to get 2 years of English second language school before your scores start counting. Now the scores will count for we get two scores. We get a proficiency score, we get a growth score. For the proficiency score, those kids will not be counted in. For the growth score, they will be counted in because what we want to see is them growing in that knowledge through the year. So they will count. But if they've not been at least in the system and working through those for at least 2 years, they're not going to count.
All right, I have about 4 other questions. Did y'all get the 13 million like was handed last year from the, I don't know, the state? 13 million came in just,
The TISA funds, I think is what she's referring to.
Well, the TISA funds are exactly what I briefed you earlier. That is those are the dollars they gave us. This year, that number, our student population has gone up some, and we have more English second language students, and we have more that are in the concentrated poverty. That means schools that are viewed as having concentrated poverty. We get 5% of the $7,075 for every one of those students. That number's gone up. That has driven, plus the $215, that has driven the $4 million increase that I briefed on the earlier chart.
okay. Is there a way to tie in OLA with your Welcome Center a little?
We have already had dialogues with OLA.
Okay.
OLA is supportive of that. I just didn't have the $44,000 that I needed to square that corner.
Okay. Let's see, you said you needed 3 million more, and I noticed, what about, didn't you have 4 million something left? from-
Well, I did, but, see if I can find my chart here. Over and above what we have funded, I was asked for 12 and a half additional teachers, 29 full-time and 5 part-time teacher assistants, 5 instructional facilitators, 6 interventionists, a coordinator for behaviors, an instructional coach, another assistant principal, additional custodians. All of these are things that I was asked that are over and above what I've already got in the budget, and which eats the $4 million to give the pay raises and to get after that teacher's salary. You know, a lot of people said, well, you need to jump 5% pay raise every year to be able to do that. Based on the per student, we would have got gotten a little over $2.1 million for the students, because we have right at 10,000 students. So I'm doing rounded numbers. So if you go pull the number, it may be a little off, but it's close, pretty close. A 1% salary increase for us is $715,000. So 5 times 715 does not equal $2.1 million. So that's all part of the calculus that we've had to go through to try to balance these things out to do the best we can to get at that 50,000 number.
The other thing was, on our buses, what would you say is the use, population, I mean, how many people ride the bus? I guess.
I would turn to my transportation
Yes, me
supervisor,
too.
but I don't know if he'd want to give me that number a lot, but it is a very large portion.
Okay,
The majority of our kids ride the bus.
okay. All right, and my last question was, how do you spell gonkulate, whatever that is?
That's another one of those made-up Arnie
Okay.
terms, so I apologize.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Green.
Thank you, sir. Altogether, what was the total actual revenue for the general purpose school budget in 22 and 23, sir?
I will turn to my expert budget person here.
Our actual revenue is $106,580,415.43. And then, the remainder, about a little over $8 million is in revenue, or I apologize, undesignated fund balance and reserves. We budgeted $7.3 million undesignated fund balance, $320,000 out of the ESP, or Extended School Program Reserve, because they're self-supporting. They have to pay for any difference in revenue and expense. And then 850,000 was the outcomes funding that we received for this year that we reserved for our payment to the county, and $50,000 for some multilingual learner stipends to help enhance our English as a second language program.
One more question. What do you project for total actual revenue for the general purpose school budget for 2024 that ends 6/30/24?
Our upcoming fund balance.
Yeah, please.
As she's doing that, one of the things I'll remind everybody, the outcome funds, those are dollars that we briefed you, and that's based on how well the students did on certain tests and how many scored at a certain level on the college placement test. And those are dollars that came in the middle of the year, and we did not put those out into any funding so that we could ensure we had the dollars to make sure we made the $800,000 payment for the SRO.
So projected revenue this year, 107,108,857. And for local revenue, I have projected 30.3 million.
That,
That's my estimate.
Really, but that's really not our total call. That's a county calculation, but they would have a better idea of exactly where that is.
One additional question that Ms. Howe asked. If I remember correctly, it was 13 million for last year. What is it for this year that you're projected to get from the state? How much money?
4.6 million more.
Additional, we'll go back here as soon as I can get to the right chart. On the charts that we briefed.
I apologize, I missed it.
No, I didn't cover it. It's all good.
I
The amount of money the amount of money the state has given us is $76,735,541.08. That's the amount of money they're going to give us next year at this time. I say at this time, and because that number can change based on data changes within the unique learning needs and the student counts, because we're still trying to refine that and update it to the very last minute. But the local contribution, the state, that's locked in. That's not changing. So the state number may go up or down a little bit. Actually, the number I should have used is that's why Tracy is so close to me right now. I gave you the wrong number. The real number is the $76,600,327. I apologize.
No,
I
you're
was
fine.
off one line. That's why it was highlighted, and I should have read that number.
Fine.
Is that fair?
It is. Now, I know that you got more after the sales tax swap last year than you expected to get. All right, and then sales tax is climbing, as our mayor has said several times, and I appreciate him being forthcoming with all that. Yeah, I'm assuming you expect a lot bigger income from that this year than you had last year.
We track it, but the real numbers come from them. So what I would say, and I think the mayor may cover that, and we'll see what he says.
Thank you.
Not trying, they're the pros from Dover on that one. We just estimate what it is. They know much better what's going on.
Thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Cutshaw?
yes, I'd just like to point out that our county has a $27 million plus maintenance of effort, and this year the needs is only 22 million as far as from the county. Go ahead.
I just want to caveat one word.
Yes, sir.
You said needs. We built a budget based on all that maintenance of effort
Yes,
to
sir.
provide
No.
better education and do better for our kids than that min number.
Yeah, I understand.
And that's what you all have supported.
I'm merely pointing out that we're a little bit ahead of the game, is all I'm merely pointing out, and that's a good thing. I do have one question. Of our $9 million undesignated fund balance, it's at 7.8% of the budget, correct? Yes. I'm just curious, is there a number that we would need to stay at? What is that percentage?
Asked her to sit down. I needed her to get back up.
You're required to have at least 3% to be able to
Okay.
budget
Well, we got a healthy fund balances. I'm glad to hear that,
In the
yes.
past, CTES has recommended around 6.
Okay,
So we're pretty close.
okay, wonderful. Thank you.
One question on the SROs, we'll back up just a minute. You were speaking about having SROs in every school. Is that every school or every campus?
Well, I view Russellville Elementary, that's the one I worry about the most when you look at two different campuses, but we have one there. We have one at Manly, we have one at Alpha. If there is any place at the elementary level that I would say a second one would be needed, it would be Russellville because of the time to respond. Alpha and Manly are close enough. I don't worry about that one as much, but when I talk about it, I talk about the entire school. So if there are two buildings, that's not what I focused on. So,
Are we making efforts to put an SRO in each school?
I have not gone down that path yet. Right now, I'm just happy we have one in every one of the named schools, so like not that for Russellville. That is not one that we have addressed. One of the things that I have pushed to legislators as something to consider would be looking at a population. Once you get above so many students, you earn another SRO. Or a time to respond or a distance between campuses. But that has not gotten a whole lot of traction, sir. And that would be one that I have not budgeted for. What I believe the sheriff would tell me today, if I were to go and say, hey, I need a second person at Russellville, I would not be surprised if he asked me where $75,000 was to try to get that started. And I have not budgeted that into my area, but it's not a dialogue that we've had yet.
That's a little disconcerting for me. You know, I feel like that Manly is close to my heart. I have grandkids there. But the time it takes to go from one building to the other is a couple of 3 minutes. And a lot can happen in that time. And then I think about Russellville. The new construction's gonna be going through there. We already had the big storm come through and, you know, that is a very deep concern.
So I will take an action to go work that we'll work that with the sheriff to look at what that looks like. Just so, and it was one of the drivers for why I was not supportive of arming the teachers as the new law would have allowed, is because we have continued to invest in safety. So we have put in bollards and at the areas that we're worried about a vehicle driving through and going into a building. That is on contract. Some of those are in, some of those are in the works. Those will be, some of those will be permanent bollards, some of those will be temporary bollards so that you can remove them to get things moved in and out. So that's one area. The other one, we have awarded a contract to put film over all of the windows around our entries, so that if someone were to come up, if you look at the video from the unfortunate incident that happened in Nashville, what first happened was the individual shot into the windows, it shattered immediately, and they were able to walk through. This film that we're putting on will hold the integrity of the window to buy us time, so that we will have an ability to respond in a more timely manner. So I'm not discounting what you said, sir, but I would love to have one in every building. I would prioritize them. Probably, there's no doubt Russellville will be the #1 priority if we go to where we have another one. But we are not just strictly relying on what you are providing with the SRO. We are providing additional funds through grants at the state level and other things that we're doing with intercom and other things to try to make schools safer. But I'll take the action to go work that with Sheriff.
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bunch, mine is not a question as much as a couple statements. First off, I just want to thank you and the staff at Russellville Intermediate. I understand that a couple of the grades were out of the school when the storm hit, but there were still students in there. And as some of our commissioners used to be educators at the school level, the sheer horror that had to go through those teachers' minds when the roof started coming off, because even though no one was in that classroom, the sound, you know, the fact that they were able to keep those students calm and then get those moved, and the way that y'all got them moved to the primary for the remainder of the school year, that was exceptional, and you guys need to be commended for that, and I thank you so much. That's my heart, because I have children and grandchildren at those two schools, and it was wonderful.
I'm very proud of the way the staff responded. That one, they did a fabulous job. And as I've said multiple times, we had kids at Dollywood, we had kids at Farm Day. I'm pretty sure our transportation department did not think they were going to have kindergartners in the bus garage that they were trying to keep safe. I'm pretty sure Randy Green, who runs the alternative school, wasn't expecting kindergartners to be sitting in the hallways and us have goats and dogs in there that the kids could pet to try to calm them down. But all those are things that everybody did on the fly to make sure and maintain their professionalism, with absolutely the number one focus being the safety of our students and our staff. So I appreciate that.
The second statement is, where you mentioned the grants. I've said this time and time and time again, the hard work that your staff goes through to find these grants, to have them awarded to us, to keep up with the numbers, because as someone who's done that a few times, that is a task all in itself to provide everything. Again, you need to be commended, and we thank you, because that is millions and millions that you save our citizens by searching those out and working for it.
I appreciate that. That's an area that we're going to continue to focus on. I love OPM, other people's money. And I love capitalizing on other people's money. And so one that we've not broadbanded out to anybody. Partnering with Niswonger this year, we've been one of the leaders. We're actually going to have a screener that will be universally applied to all of our kindergarten students when they come in, so that we can identify at an early stage those that need interventions for literacy and early literacy, and so that we can address it. But that's an example there of something we're going to put in every one of the schools. There's another one working right now that through Niswonger, we have someone that is going to donate to us to be one of the test cases for Leapfrog books, so that we can utilize those with our English second language students to try to more rapidly equip them and get them to understand what's going on. So I appreciate that, and it is an area we're going to continue to focus on.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bunch, on Monday night, when we talked to the mayor about this welcome center, and it's a great need. I understand where it takes up all the school's time in putting these in, but I asked him, and I would ask you and this commission, that we talk to our state representative and our senator. State of Tennessee is sitting on a big surplus budget. And Hammond County seems to be a county that's targeted for these people to come into. And I would ask that we reach out to them and say, you know, we need additional funds to integrate these students into the system.
So I do not disagree with you in any way, shape, or form. I will tell you that I have been on the phone with the State Board of Education. I have been with the Deputy Commissioner. I have been with the Finance Lead, trying to get additional methodologies to get funds to support a right now the rule set is if you have a rapidly growing school district, you can get additional money. What I am asking them for is if you have a rapidly growing demographic group or a rapidly growing unique learning need, you need to give additional funding there immediately. Because the way it is set up, So if we had a student come in, and this is more than you wanted, but hopefully you will understand the methodology of what I'm trying to think my way through here. If we have a student that comes in January, okay, which we had a lot, we had a lot of people come in between January and March. If they come in January, we do not get full credit or funding for that student for that unique learning need when we go into the next year. We only get partial from when we get them categorized as having that unique learning need to the end of the year. So we may only get 40% of the funding for the services that we need to provide that student. That's the way the TISA formula is set up. My comment was, we are getting inundated right now. This population is rapidly growing. We need immediate funds to try to handle this. And I started to show this chart, but I didn't, but I'll go over it quickly because I've chatted with the mayor about it. September of '22, our Hispanic population within the school system was 31.3%. September of this year, it was 32.4%. March of this year, it is 34.2%. So when I tell you we are rapidly changing and our demographics are changing, that is a trend line that we've got to find a way to be able to work through. And I will support any elected official cause you want me to be a part of. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Thank you.
I think Ms. Howell has a
Yes.
statement.
Well, we just want to also to congratulate you on the almost about practically perfect
Now you're going to embarrass me again.
rating, but I mean, kudos, and it's wonderful for Hamlin County, and we appreciate your work ethic and bringing that.
Well, thank you all very much. As I said then, and I don't do a whole lot. I got a great team of
You do.
supervisors and a great team of principals. And we set the vision, and we're doing a lot of great work together to make things happen. And so I feel I'm very humbled by the comments that were there. And I actually went to every supervisor and apologized to them, have to listen to them talk about me that way at the board meeting because it's rather embarrassing, but I also thank them for all their support. And I called every principal to thank them because I don't get a great evaluation unless I got a great team doing a lot of great work. And so they're doing fabulous things. It's great and an honor to get to come to work for them each and every day because of their professionalism and their dedication to making things better for these kids.
Thank you.
So, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bunch. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Trish, if you would go to my presentation. Let's talk about the Welcome Center for just a minute. As I mentioned in the presentation on Monday, there's $45,000 in the general fund budget to fund the Welcome Center. Director Bunch and I had a conversation about this a couple of weeks ago, and I just feel with the trend line that he was talking about as far as the demographic makeup of our school system and the benefit that the Welcome Center would make to the schools and the operation of the schools and streamline the process of getting these children and their families on board with the school system, that this is real important. And so I just wanted to bring that up while he was here, and I think he's explained it very well as far as the function and the importance of it. So that's my pitch for including that in the general fund budget. Also, one thing else he mentioned about that there wasn't funding for in his budget, and wanted to make you aware of it. We have not discussed it yet, and that is the the open classrooms, the walls for the open classrooms at Meadowview and Lincoln. In discussing, I went over our debt service with you on Monday, and discussing that with our financial advisor, and we did a calculation on the 13.5 million issuing bonds for that project. And what Cumberland Securities and Chris Bessler have determined is we have the capacity to, in our current revenue stream, in our current structure of our debt service, to finance that project. And what we could do is, if and I'm not asking for any decisions, this is just information, is this year in July, when we issue the bonds for the landfill expansion, the 6.5 million, we could issue 3.5 million for the walls project. And that would keep us under the $10 million mark where we get better interest rates. And then next calendar year, issue the other $10 million, the balance of the project. We could do that. We could do that, not need any additional revenue, and so that is doable. I guess my message is that is doable right now.
One thing that that I'm committing to, we have been paying $500,000 every year towards servicing debt. That ends at the end of this school year. If that is approved, we will continue to commit that $500,000 a year toward that, so that we can get after this, because we understand this.
And that was, that was kind of contingent on that decision.
I knew it would be, so we were making decisions. So, but what, it really is, and any of you that haven't been in the school and tried to go into a middle school area and stand at a point where the kids would be and listen to 4 different lessons going on at the same time and try to focus on the one you want, it's, in today's environment, it's extremely challenging. And the other part that the mayor and I talked about, and I think I talked about with you all, if someone were to get into one of those areas, they get through one door, they've got access to 2 entire grades of kids without encountering another locked door. That's why I'm pushing this so hard, and why we're working so hard to give the board, which they asked me for last year, a plan, which they have now heard a rough idea of the plan. We're going to continue to do that, but that's the other part of this that I'm going to add to what Mayor Britton said.
Mr. Gibson? Yes, sir.
Just reiterate what these gentlemen have said. Since I've been on the board for 20-something years, I've been an advocate of putting walls in these schools. It's not fair to the teachers, the kids, and they get compared on their evaluations, the kids and the teachers. And the socioeconomics of these schools, if they were at Westview and Eastridge, these no walls would not be tolerated.
From a little personal experience, I taught an open system, and it's not tenable, not at all.
And it's unbelievable how Lincoln Middle School is one of the highest performing middle schools.
I commend them so much, because
Great.
it's like standing in a warehouse,
Yeah.
literally is what it is, and trying to teach, and there's 2 other grades, 20 other classes. I mean,
A lot
it's
of
just,
people, I didn't understand when I mentioned this to Dale Lynch years ago. He said, that's a lot of money, Joe. And I said, well, why? And because I think the average person understand, you have to have a whole new HVAC systems, doors,
Electrical.
egress, wall, halls take up room. And like Mr. Bunce has pointed out, it's a safety issue too in today's world. It used to be just a teaching issue. Now, it's wide open for an nefarious person to come in there and hurt our kids. So I ask you if you can make it work, let's get it done.
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone who was a student in those classrooms back many, many, many decades ago, I can tell you it was detrimental to learning. Of course, we didn't have ADHD designations back then, but I had it. And for the attention deficit learner, it is nearly impossible to actually zone in on that teacher and listen to the lesson they are trying to provide when you've got coming from every other area. And it's not just the lessons, but if you have a classroom moving toward the lunch area or going toward the gym, everything is open. You hear everything, and this is something that we really, really need to do for the kids. And I want to thank Mr. Bunch, the mayor, and the school board for pushing for this, because it's got to be done.
Well, we learned two things in those middle schools, Meadowview and Lincoln. You don't need open classrooms, which is based on a dissertation by one guy, Tennessee, University of Tennessee. And then we don't need flat roofs. We learned real quick, even though flat roofs are cheap, they're expensive in the long run. You tip that roof a little bit, it's amazing how the water runs off of it. You'll notice East Ridge and West, you aren't that way.
I will address that. So did you hear the question?
Well, he should, turn your mic on, Mr. Reed, repeat that. Turn your mic on, please, and repeat that for us.
I said years ago, many years ago. I know at one time I was assistant principal at Lincoln Middle. And as I left, I thought we had put classrooms in.
So you have for one grade.
One grade?
So I have the sixth grade at both schools are in classrooms that have walls. We did not do that for the remainder of the schools. So the way that we have envisioned this, and like I said, we're working with our architect to make sure we got exactly the right numbers, because I don't want to have to come back and tell you different numbers. And hoping it's not more than what we've discussed based on that construction cost thing that I showed you a minute ago about a concern. We would take the seventh grade, and my desire would be to do them both, go both of them at the same time. You would take the seventh grade and you would close that off, and they would work for a year on the seventh grade section and close those off. And then the next year, they would work on the eighth grade section, so that after 2 years, you would have all of those classrooms enclosed, and they would replicate what we've got for the sixth graders, because when we added and closed those classrooms, we did not make the decision that to go invest those dollars. So there are some, but they're not everything.
Mr. Naismith?
Dr. Bunch, the new Lincoln School,
Yes, sir.
what can we look for as far as traffic flow going in and out of the school?
So
this
we're
next
working
year?
through that right now, and we're finalizing at one of the, and I didn't get an update, and I apologize for not getting an update. We have had our civil engineer working with the city and everybody on traffic flow and changes that we need to make. There are gonna be restrictions on how people can come out of that lot. That was one of the things that was a concern. And so it's also a concern that I think has even become more evident with what we've seen on 160, and that's why the J turns. But right now, what I am anticipating, at least the last time I was given an update, when people come out, they will turn right. They will not be able to turn left to get onto Martin Luther King and go up to the 160. They will have to go right.
Okay, what about coming out of the new school, getting over on Sulphur Springs? If you got that open, the traffic can go through there?
I'm not sure. I'm not as familiar with the landscape and the
Okay.
streets as you are.
You've got the school
Yes,
sitting
sir.
here,
Yes, sir.
and this is Lincoln. And then over behind the school, you've got Sulphur Springs that runs to West High School.
We are
And there's
not,
used to be a partial road through there. Is that not, won't
That
that
is
gonna be,
not, that is not part of the plans right now that I'm
we
tracking.
just got
sir.
one way in,
We're going,
one
we're
way out
going
on
in, yes, sir. And you're gonna come out, you're gonna turn right, and then we'll vector off of Martin Luther King.
and go down that way and get over to, go out to your right in oncoming traffic.
Yes, sir.
And go down and turn left on oncoming traffic to try to go left.
So that's what
It
our,
was
our civil engineer and everybody's trying to work through that to get the best layout of what's there.
Thank you.
Mr. Denton, you have something?
On,
I know Mr. Reed was talking about on the walls. You remember when I was in your classroom at Westview, it used to be open and they divided it halfway in two. So you had you and Mr. Bean beside each other. And lockers were the only thing that separated. Of course, that was completely refixed when it went to Manly. So at Meadowview and Lincoln, what they've done is it's just been temporarily fixed in the past. So please consider these walls. Let's do a permanent fix to where it works. If that's
Absolutely.
Thank you, please.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Howell?
Yes, I was just thinking that in Jefferson County, 92 is a state route, and they have a stoplight right there for that school. Well, it's a stoplight there, there's the co-op and there's the high school. And everybody just gets on with life. In fact, they get on with life because there is a stoplight. And I've heard the 160 business is because, well, we just don't want a light out there on a state route. Well, gee, it seems to work rather well in Jefferson. And I assume that's a right to your elected official.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to get the school built and
Yeah.
get an approved design for what the roads need to look like. So I make sure I got all the financials covered. So that's my big driver. I'll leave that to all the appropriate planners on exactly what we got to do there that monitor the traffic. That's not an area of expertise that I've got a whole lot I can say in.
I will say something. Years ago, the elected officials did not want to put a red light at Cherokee Park. Because it's a high-speed corridor, that's the term they use. And I had an employee lose a relative there, and that was like several fatalities in there. And then they put a red light there. And we did, the new, Merchant Ring, connector, we asked for a red light, and they said, and I basically, we went to TDOT without a ferry. And I said, well, how many people have to be killed
Right.
before you put a red light?
Yeah.
And now, thank the Lord, that's worked out pretty good. People have slowed down, school zones have worked out. But you got inexperienced high school kids dropping their brothers and sisters off
Yep.
going across traffic, going back to west. So I'm glad it's worked out. But I'm telling you, with how many fatalities there, and they're all the transportation persons, we were at, Rotary, and the, new city administrator, he got a text while he was talking, there was an accident while he was talking. He said all fatalities have been turning back
To the left.
to the left turn.
Yes.
So bottom line is, I think we just need to get on the officials and say, you need to help us fix this.
I think the city is doing that, and I know that we, in the agreement that we did that, that was the commitment that the county made, we made with the city
Yep.
to put monies there to try to go toward getting that project started and show our good faith effort to support it and to highlight the need that we have in our community for getting that rectified.
Mr. Richardson?
This goes back to the Welcome Center. And it may be premature, but is there gonna be like a physical spot for this, build a building incorporated into
It
a
will be
school,
within
or
OLA.
At
It will be within OLA Like Way is how we've envisioned it
Out
right
on
now, sir.
Cumberland?
No, it's no longer on Cumberland.
Okay.
Okay.
It's actually on 11E, just after Liberty Hill, going toward Russellville area.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's where they're located
Oh,
now.
okay.
They've relocated to there, and that's where that would
So
be.
that's a central area.
It would be
Yeah.
a central area that everybody would be able to get to, and what we're trying to do is welcome them into the community from a community perspective. It's
Yeah, I
not
got you.
just for the schools, but we really
Yeah.
Trying to bring in multiple people during the year is excruciatingly challenging on the administrators and the staff.
Thank you. I think onboarding is going to be
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought of something when we were talking about the numbers, percentage-wise of the English as second language. Last year, you gave us a basic rundown of where we were at, on par with the rest of the counties in the state. And I know we were more than double any other county, as far as percentage-wise. So where do we fall this year?
So I don't have the state numbers. I'll give you an example that I think is pretty illustrative of where we're illustrative, I think is the way I'm really supposed to pronounce that. With the Region 1 area. Region 1 is, that encompasses 18 school districts from here up to the state line. Bristol, Kingsport, doesn't include Granger County. These numbers that I got did include Jefferson County. Cott County, all those, doesn't include Sevier, but goes all the way up. When you look at kindergarten, this is only kindergartners, but I think it's pretty reflective. You look at kindergartners, and you add the total population of kindergartens, we're the largest school district from here to the border with Virginia. We have, I think it's 13% of the kindergarten students. That number may be off a little bit, but it's pretty close. We have 50% of the Hispanic students in those 18 school districts. No one else is even close. It's 34% of our kindergarten population. The next closest district this last year was at about 8.5%. So that gives you an illustration or an example of how we are doing this compared to everybody else. And we are collaborating right now with three other districts that are getting a lot of this. We're in a collaborative with Sevier County, Lenoir City, and Cleveland City to figure out what's working the best and how we can try to do this.
Thank you. That's what I was looking at, because we need this Welcome Center, because
Yeah.
we're now at 4 times the next highest. That is unbelievable. And again, kudos to you and your staff for working this out.
Team's done a phenomenal job.
Commissioner Harville?
I was just glad to get those numbers. Just going to point out, I was in a Title I school, principal of Title I school, and we had a large Hispanic, still have a large Hispanic population there, but the time that it takes up for small schools especially, of trying to get these students in, get with the parents who, I mean, you know, I didn't speak Spanish. I did the best I could. We might have been able to get a hold of somebody to come out and help us, and we might not. This is sorely needed, not only for the kids, to help the kids out and help the schools out, but it's to help the parents out so that they know what is expected of them.
Here's the other thing that you have to keep in mind, and it's one that I've struggled to remember. Many of these parents speak Spanish. Many of them have never gone to school, and they can't read or write it. So the fact that I can translate a document into Spanish and give it to them doesn't solve the issue that I'm trying to, in many cases, deal with, because many of these parents never went to school. Right. And we have had Venezuela, Guatemala, Mexico, Ecuador. We went through a span for about a week and a half where everybody we got in had come from Venezuela. And so and the dialects are slightly different, and we're working our way through all that. But what you also have to remember when we're trying to do this, many of these parents cannot read or write in their native language. And so that ability to communicate with them and take the time to do it the right way is critical.
I think that wraps it up. Anyone else? Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Let me ask one question. Do you want to hear now, I guess, my idea on how that we fund the maintenance of effort? Or do you want to do that later, like on the 4th, or how do you want to do it?
I'll do it now. Is that okay? Let's just do it now.
That's a welcome center you're talking
No,
about?
this is the school system's budget, the local portion, the local revenue for the school system budget.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay. So, as we mentioned on Monday, and Director Bunch has mentioned it as well, is the maintenance of effort will maintain at 27,356,092. So that's how much local funds will go into the system. Now, one thing about the TISA funding formula and the maintenance of effort is that we as a county could not reduce our maintenance of effort. Even though the requirement's at 22 million, we can't go there, even if we wanted to. We have to stay where we are at 27 million. So this is just another graph to show you how over the last 3 years and then proposed for next year, the maintenance of effort has stayed the same. Now here's the sales tax. Just to give you a little history on sales tax growth over the last few years. In FY 21-22, it was 18.6 million is what went to the school system, and then the growth was 1.6 million from 22 to 23, and that's about 8.6%. And then from 23 to 24, we're anticipating about 1.1 million growth, which is about a 5.4% growth. And then what we have budgeted for, or not budgeted, but what we've anticipated and projected for sales tax growth is we're staying on the revenue side with very conservative numbers, is less than 3%, about a 2.8% growth, which is just about half of what the growth was for this year. All right, so here you should be able to see this better on your screens. Here's the worksheet that we've used for years on revenue for the school system. Is this year we're projecting that local revenue for the school system will be 31,106,880. That's what we anticipate that the revenue will be, which is about 3.7 million more than maintenance of effort, which will go into fund balance for the school system, which they can use next year to budget for capital projects. So that's what we're anticipating this year. It's about 3.7 million more than was budgeted in maintenance of effort. For next year, with the proposal that I'm making is that we move 6 more cents of property tax from the school system tax rate to the general fund and increase our budget for sales tax from 17.6 million to 18.8 million, or about $1.2 million. That'll get us to the maintenance of effort, and then also that would leave, based on our projections, 3 million more than maintenance of effort and revenue, so that would go into their fund balance at the end of next year, or at the end of this time next year. So the proposal is to move 6 cents from schools to general fund, replace that money with sales tax, and then still the revenue on a conservative estimate would exceed maintenance of effort by about $3 million. So here's where the tax rates would be, is general fund would go to 85 cents, general purpose schools would go to 48 cents, debt service remains the same, and sanitation remains the same. So overall, our tax rate stays the same, both inside and outside. We're just reallocating it for where the need is greater and where we can use the revenue we're getting in the sales tax to replace it. So that's the idea, and that's what's included in your budget document as as the general fund goes. Any questions?
Think we're okay?
That's it, Mr. Chairman, for education.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bunch, for everything. Ms. Antrican, school board members, thank you.
Can I say something,
Praise God.
please?
Okay.
Mr. Denton, when he made his little presentation, I kind of thought that was a dig against you
It
and
was.
your age.
It was.
When you were my teacher.
He was young.
Thank you for that.
young. Very, very. We're gonna recess for about 5 minutes.
Like that.
Hey,
That's all it was. He was just trying to get me.
You're an old guy,
I'm an old guy.
you could have timed that.
You had a head full of brown hair.
I had a head full of brown hair back then.
Football coach.
He's an old guy.
then, give it to you. Then number one on my.
I'm trying to take care of my man, bless your heart.
$8,000, wouldn't you?
Had two hearts that jumped over her skin. We're back in session. Be on the 4B, Solid Waste Sanitation Fund, in tab 54. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, if you would turn to tab 54, that's the solid waste, and I'll give just a brief summary of the budget, and then Barry's here to answer specific questions. As the property tax revenue for sanitation is 21 cents charged to property owners outside the city of Morristown. And that's because we don't provide the garbage pickup for folks inside the city. The city of Morristown does that. So the tax rate is charged to property outside the city. That's $1.3 million. A slight increase of $19,000. The big increase in revenue in the budget is in local option sales tax, where we moved sales tax from sanitation to highway capital projects this fiscal year to give us some money to pave with. At that point, we were anticipating the vote on the wheel tax increase that would go into 176 for highway paving. So we moved, for knowing that it was temporary, we moved some sales tax into 176. We're moving most of it back, and $600,000 of it back, and so that gives us 1.9 million in revenue for a total revenue of 3.4 million for sanitation. Then in the sanitation department expenses, you'll see there's no equipment. There was a brush truck that was requested, and Barry may talk about that. It's not included in the expense side. There is increase in equipment repair from 200 to 270. Disposal fees are at $50 a ton now, and so we increased that 95,000. There was 18% increase in liability and workman's comp insurance that we budgeted, and then a 5% COLA for all the employees of the department. So in a broad stroke, that's what this budget includes, is a little bit of increase in property tax revenue, moving some sales tax money back, and that leads us to about $103,000 of using fund balance. But the way we budget, especially the sales tax, where we estimated, we think less than 3% growth, and it's been, like this past year, it's been 5%, that this is pretty much a balanced budget. We think we'll end up in the black. But Barry's here to answer any questions you may have.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Poole?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Green?
I have a couple. Mr. Poole, first of all, when they did your audit earlier in the year, they did discuss discrepancies as far as worksheets and so forth. Have you settled that out?
I'll propose a timesheet to you in the June meeting that will work those issues out.
Okay, did that mean you went to salary, you went to actual hours? Exactly what does that mean?
Well, I submitted a timesheet to the state auditor's office, and Mark Treese in particular, and he felt like it would solve the problem.
Okay, and what way was it supposed to solve the problem, please?
Well, we just write down the actual hours and stipulate how the employees should be paid, and if there are any additions or subtractions from the normal paycheck, we'll indicate that on the timesheet.
So it would be actual hours instead of when they finish leaving and going home and getting paid for it?
It'd be the hours that they work.
Okay. That is the first question. The second question would be, you covered as far as hours not worked and the worksheets. Hold on just a minute. Who approved those timesheets out of curiosity before they were
Mr. Chairman,
submitted?
I think we're out of order here. This, not a,
You did ask for questions, sir.
not a budget. You know, he says he's gonna present it.
Tend to agree. Let's just wait till he gets to talk to us in June at our committee meeting. And I think, you know, it'll be a little bit more educated response. He doesn't have everything in front of him, wasn't expecting this, so let's just wait till June if that's okay with you. You have any more questions?
Would this have something to do with the budget? If you want to delay it to June, would this have something to do with the budget,
Well,
current budget?
he clearly indicated that he would address that in June. And, so we're gonna wait till June to do that.
So you have to wait till the budget, hear his, before you vote on it?
You can talk about his budget,
Yeah.
okay? That's not what we're addressing here. This is a budget hearing. If you have questions about the budget, that's fine, but the other stuff about the timesheets and whatnot, he said he would address in June. So let's give him that courtesy. Yes, ma'am.
May I point out something, sir?
You sure can.
The hours worked and the wages will affect the budget. It'll affect what Hamlin County taxpayers have to pay.
I
So
understand.
that is my point, sir. Even though I know some don't approve of that, I'm watching for what we spend for
I know
taxpayer
you
money,
are.
sir.
I know you are. Anyone else have a question?
Mr. Will, can you give us an update on those trucks that was in the budget, when they're gonna be delivered?
Quarter three is what they're indicating to us, which would start in, you know, July to September. They're saying they're gonna be produced then, so. And you know, once the chassis is produced, it'll go to the body folks, and then they'll put the body on, so.
Thank you.
Hurry up and wait. Anyone else have questions? You have anything else, Mr. Poole?
Nope, no, as far as I know, a pretty straightforward budget, just operating cost is what it reflects, so.
All right, thank you very much. You have anything else on that?
Not on sanitation, no.
Let's move on down to item 4C, Highway Public Funds, tab 56.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate you.
Fund 131 is the highway fund, and as we discussed on Monday, but there's one update on this, on both this 131 and 176. We were able to find money in 176 to purchase, or at least order, the dump truck that was requested in the 24-25 highway budget. So out of 176, not using wheel tax money, but using some of the interest earnings that we had budgeted and paid for other equipment that was requested a year ago, we can purchase the dump truck that was requested for next year. On the revenue side of 131, we've added, or there's $200,000 in sales tax. That's a reduction. We had to put more sales tax into it for this year, but we've replaced that with income in interest earnings. So, and that's the first time that we've used the interest earnings in the highway fund, because the fund balance and really revenue just basically hasn't kept up with the expenses of the highway department. You'll see, I think there's a trend in the Improve Act money that was approved with the gas tax increase a few years ago has been stagnant or declining a little bit because of fuel efficient vehicles, because of the growth of hybrid and electric cars, and so there's just less revenue to rely on as far as the gas tax goes for highway, and for decades that's what we've relied on to fund highway. Also, one of the things that we've proposed to balance this budget, there are one thing too in the state aid money. we tweaked it. Instead of $400,000 in our account in Nashville, there's 180,000, right? There's 180,000 for state aid money, next year. So we made that change in the document, the new document that you have. And, so that is one change that's in the document from last Monday that you received to today. To balance the budget, we also moved, and this was in the document on Monday, hot mix and crushed stone to Fund 176. Now, there is some concern that, how do we make sure that we're not using, how do we make sure that wheel tax money in 176 is being used for paving? Now, there's some crushed stone that's used in prep work for paving, and we will track that in our finance system. We will track that as POs are issued, submitted to the finance department, and hot mix primarily is used for patching. And so those monies are budgeted in 176, and we've got the investment income in 176, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But just wanted to make you aware that the hot mix and crushed stone moved from 131 to 176. We can track we can track what's used for paving and wheel tax money and what's used with other sources of revenue in 176. So we can track that, so we don't have to worry or be concerned that wheel tax money is not being used for paving. So, but we will track that, and we'll work with the highway department to make sure that the POs they issue include the account numbers and everything we need to track it. So, but I guess bottom line is we anticipate we finish this year with about $160,000 fund balance. We anticipate next year we'll have about a $280,000 fund balance.
Mr. Cutshaw.
Mayor, would you clarify, please, the 180 for the state aid road, that is for our local match? Is that what that is?
The 180 includes the local match. There's, what, a $7,600? What is it? The local match.
On the revenue side, on state aid, there's $176,000.
Yes.
And then on the expense side, there's $180,000.
Okay.
So the 100 days expense, and then on the revenue, we'll get back 98% of that.
Okay.
176,400 is what
Okay. I got you.
Questions? Anyone? Yes, Mr. Neesmith.
How much is this dump truck gonna cost us, Bill?
I believe the last chassis that size was about 130,000. But we wanna, have enough money, we don't have to come back at
Single axle?
price increase.
Single axle dump?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. Poole? Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Do you want to discuss anything with regards to how the paving projects are selected, or you want some influence in where they're done?
I'd like to
Ms.
hear
Green?
that, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you would, please, tell us how you select the roads that are needed.
The way we do it now, we got the county divided into 4 regions, and we do a project in every region, every one of those 4 regions, just by rotation, trying to get something done in every area of the county. So, we can, as a road road department and the road commission, we can submit lists to you guys that you could approve, or we can work with you to develop those lists. We can do a 1-year, 2-year, 3-year plan. It'd be based on however you guys want to work it out. You're providing the money, so we'll be glad to make the plans with you.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cutshaw.
I think a thought would be that the superintendent work with the road commission to come up with the roads that need in each quadrant. And then they would supply that list to this commission for approval. That's just a thought.
Well, and that enlightens us so we know what we're looking for.
And we're talking about Fund 176 now, where the wheel tax money, and therefore, the superintendent's doing his part, the road commission has their input, and they can bring it to this commission for that final approval of expenditure.
Well, you know, they can't be done that quickly, so if I had from each commissioner on this commission, submit me a list of 3 roads that would be their priority. We can then look at that with the road commission and come back and tell you what the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year plan would be then. Now, how you know, which roads you do first, if you don't want to rotate it by quadrant, if you just want to pull a road out of the hat and see who goes first or gets it first, then that'd be fine, or whatever y'all prefer. But right now, I'm just telling you, we separate the county into 4 quadrants, and we do 1 in each quadrant. We just keep a rotation going.
Mr. Neesmith?
What you're doing now, I think, you make out a road list, priorities, 1, license of 4. That's what you go by in order to pave roads, don't it? The top number 1 is the one you've got, so you've already got this.
Yeah, we've already got the worst roads in the county. We've got those ranked, and we know which ones they are, and we're trying to get the worst ones done first.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the thing I have with doing 1 in each district, you may have 1 in another district that the road is a whole lot worse than maybe District 1 or 2. So I think if we put them in order of what you consider the worst road that needs to be done the quickest, it may be that District 4 or District 3 might have more paving this year than the others, but what we're doing, we're addressing the worst roads for everybody in the county. So.
Now, that's what you're doing now, right?
Yes, sir.
We're doing by quadrants now, but what we're saying is, rather than quadrants, we ought to do the one that, if District 1 has a worse problem, do that first. That should be the priority, rather than to go ahead and, well, they're supposed to be in east side now, and here, we have to change over. But I think it's important to do the main roads first, in priority.
Those quadrants are pretty big areas, so, you know, they're such that you can select several roads from each quadrant.
Yeah.
And, but we're just trying to, you know, hopefully people will see a difference in their area. It may not be the road in front of their house, but it would be in their area, you know. There's no perfect way to select these roads, and, you know, you know, I don't know how much influence y'all want, but, I mean, you're gonna be criticized if you have influence. If you weigh in on it pretty hard, you know, that subjects you to some criticism, but I'll work with you any way I can. I'm just thankful that y'all had the courage to put this wheel tax in place. First time ever. I've been up here for 28 years looking at this commission, this first commission that's ever done this, and I applaud you.
Well, the key to that is that it's gonna go for roads only.
That's right. Well,
And
now,
we've made sure of that.
The maintenance agreement between the commission, the road commission, and the road superintendent, it says for repairs and/or paving. So we gotta have stone and asphalt to do repairs, and we have to have stone and asphalt to repair roads for paving. And then we have to have that money to pay the people that actually pave the roads. So it's going 3 different directions, but it's the same fund as the way it's set up now. Does everybody understand that? This money's gonna be for potholes as well as a brand-new paving project.
I will commend you, if anybody sitting here has not been on them, if you go on Ridge Chapel, Fish Hatchery, and 3 Springs, it's great. That's what I'd like to see all the roads look like, and you've done an excellent job there.
Mr. Chairman?
I think too, is, there's some roads it's bad, but not traveled as heavy as another road would have more traffic, and that's, you take that into consideration too, I think.
Yes. That's right. I mean, and how much does that weigh in? I mean, you can't develop a formula that gives you a perfect answer every time. So it's very, very much subjective. So, but I'll work with you any way I can, whichever way, whatever way y'all want to do it, then that's fine with me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
I
Paxton.
just feel again that I'll point out, I think the recommendation from the superintendent of the roads and the road commission, even if we submit to you roads that we feel like needs, you know, I think you guys are the ones working on them, know the ones that are in worse shape. Yeah, I think it's imperative on those two entities to bring that recommendation to us, and we can accept or deny.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's my thought. Let's take the recommendation of the road commission and the superintendent as far as what is the need, what is the priority, whether it be the same district or not. That's just my thought, and this body will decide that, of course, but, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neesmith.
Our road commissioners, I think they cover the whole county.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be where you should be getting your input on what roads needs to be fixed?
Well, that's the way it's done presently.
Yeah.
Anyone
I
else
don't
have
have
anything?
any idea if a road down at Mallon needs to be fixed, but the road commissioner would have it, he would know that it needs to be fixed. Thank you. And this wheel tax, we've had two wheel tax. The first one went into the general fund. It didn't go to paving. But our second wheel tax goes to paving. We've had two, but only one went to paving. Just wanted to clarify where that wheel tax, we do have had two of them.
Anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Poole? Thank you, Mr. Poole. Doing an excellent job. Keep up the good work.
This is just a slide on 176, and we've discussed that. I think that's where the paving money will come from. Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you're prepared, we can go to the presentations this morning from agencies who are asking for increases or for new funding. And we can go in order of what's on the screen and go from there.
That works good. Yes, let's see where we at here. Hammond County E911.
What tab's that?
53.
53. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that the committee has both a copy of our budget and the letter that we submitted to both finance departments, the city and county before them, so any questions, I'll answer them, or attempt to.
Any questions?
I'm not on the right deal. I'm not on the right deal.
Do you have a
What you got?
presentation?
No, sir, I think that our letter and the budget we presented speaks for itself.
Okay.
Oh, here we are. Go down the line. There it is, number 2.
Wait a minute. All right, the question, did we get a letter?
local request, the 911 board's request was for, to increase, the 911 funding by 200,000. And that was to be, that request goes jointly every year, both to this body and to city council. Because, in accordance with the interlocal agreement that this body, city council, and the 911 board has, that our interlocal agreement states that a couple of things when it comes to funding. First of all, the local government entities of this body and city council have agreed that funding for the 911 system would be at an amount annually that was no less than the amount of the prior year. For lack of a better word, I think you hear the phrase maintenance of effort a lot of times, especially when the school system comes before you. And for all intents and purposes, that's what was developed in that interlocal agreement. So in addition to the funding that was received in the last fiscal year, the 911 board requested an additional 200,000. The interlocal agreement states that increases to the 911 system would be done from the city and county when they agreed to do so, that any increase would be done according to using a formula that the city received from MTAS, the UT's Municipal Technical Assistance Service, and that formula takes into account, half of that formula takes into account population for city versus county, and the other half of that formula takes into account the call for service and the dispatches, as how many of those are going to emergency services that are city services, MPD, MFD, etc., as opposed to county services, such as the Sheriff's Department, your volunteer fire services, and emergency management, and those things. And so that is how the agreement is. And so the 911 board is requesting in a letter that went jointly to Finance Director Woods and Hale at the city and county, an addition of $200,000. The current budget, which I would assume that you would have before you, shows that was passed by the 911 board at their last meeting, shows that we would end the upcoming fiscal year at a deficit of $199,541. So that is the reason for their request.
Any question? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Howe.
But that would include a COLA for the employees too, right?
The budget that the 911 board approved does include a COLA. That is correct.
Okay. You don't want to call 911, but when you do, you want somebody who's not chewing gum and drinking coffee, and they're saying, "How can I help you?" quickly. And they do, and so we certainly want to keep good employees. Thank you.
Mr. Neesmith?
Have you been before the city on this?
No, sir.
Sir?
No, sir.
You haven't been before the city.
I've not been before the city, Commissioner Neesmith, in the 12 years that I've been the 911 director. They do not ask for our input in their budget cycle.
Would you get what you want without going?
Well, there have been times that we've received increases. There have been times we have not received increases. Getting what I want's a loaded question, Commissioner.
Ms. Green?
Thank you, Chairman Hall. I've had a little bit of experience with 911, and I will tell you, these folks handle the sheriffs, Morristown City, Wrecker, whatever the need is, not counting the ambulances. They do an outstanding job. And I know I've sat here and listened to people say it wasn't that hard. I deal with one computer, and it gives me problems at times. I can't imagine having to wrestle three different sections. These folks do an outstanding job.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
clarify, last year you gave raises, and then the money wasn't there, and you came to commission and asked for $100 and some thousand, if I'm not correct, and we gave 50-some thousand. Is those raises again in your budget? Do you have money to cover that additional?
Well, let me go back and clarify what the request was and why last year. The reason why we came before this commission last year and had the same request, I think it was 199,000 and some change, was our joint request city-county last year, was because in the period immediately preceding that budget time last year, the 911 board did a 5-month compensation and classification study. And the board implemented results and findings of that study, which did bring employees at the 911 center up to where they should be in the market as according to that study. So that is, I think what you're referring to is we gave raises at that and did not have that. So the 911 board went ahead and did that, knowing that if the local funding bodies determined that they would not fund it, that we would have to go to fund balance in order to do so. But at the time, and we discussed this in length and at depth last year when I stood at this podium, was that the recruitment and retention of employees in public safety was so critical that they determined that the need for that, for the citizenry and the public here, outweighed any risk that if this body did not see that to be as important as they did, that they would go to fund balance for it. Now, you see a request before you this year for 200,000. Yes, the reason why it's the same is because while we've not had any additional increase in equipment purchases and those things that we've done, or anything that's large on the horizon, and I take that outside of the fact that 911's fixing to move in the next 18, 24 months, most likely. Outside of that, what you see is a request that, for all intents and purposes, mirrors last year's request, and for the same reason, because the operational budget of 911 as it exists, in order to maintain the current level of services that we have, still has that deficit. Now, yes, we got about 60,000 in new funding from this body last year. Did not receive any additional funding from the city last year at all. And so what you see in that is those increases in maintenance agreements for our computer systems and for our processes, training and those sort of things that have come along the lines that have in this next budget that will eat up that 50,000. And you see a request this year that mirrors the request last year for the same reason.
So are you giving pay increases to the employees again this year?
The current budget that's before you includes a COLA, yes. And the reason for that, Mr. Chairman, that compensation and classification study that was done in the fall, that was approved by the 911 board in the fall of 22 and went into effect in January of 23, brought the employees at 911 up to where they should be. And so if you stop there and decide, well, we gave raises 2 or 3 years ago, why are we still giving raises again? All you're doing is getting yourself back in that same hole that you were in to begin with. Now that you're where you need to be, the board has decided, let's bring them where they need to be and go forward from there. That's what that compensation study did. So any inference that just giving raises is not true and not fair.
Ms. Howe, do you have anything?
Yes. If I'm understanding that, so you have, the studies show that in order to keep the good people and keep them well-trained requires additional funds. And if we don't provide it, then you have to go to the sock drawer and do it yourself. And eventually, the sock drawer runs out. Is that the gist of it?
That's one of the two options, Commissioner Howell. The other option is we don't do it at all.
Oh, golly.
And the option that we don't do it at all, the 911 board has determined, would be a detriment to public safety and to the citizens of this county. And that's not something they're willing to take on.
Well,
Because you'll lose those good people, and you will not be able to get the people that you need to do the jobs that need to be done for all 13 emergency response agencies. We're the one emergency response entity in this county that touches every single other one. I've said to this commission, and I continue to say every time I give a presentation about 911, when they go, what do you do? The answer is this. If it has a light and a siren on it and it moves in this county, you've got to talk to 911 first. We're the ones that control that. And we control that because that's what this body and the city council has asked us to do. Why? Because I'd like to think you think we're good at it, but I know it's because it's more efficient, more effective, and more cost efficient than the individual governments running a dispatch center on their own.
I'd like to follow up too, that I was at the Hamlin County breakfast, and the officer sitting next to me was saying, now, it's 7:15 in the morning, and, you know, I'm thinking 67,000 people that 911 has to protect. He said, my golly, at 7:15 in the morning, there are 115,000 people here. And that's something I had not thought about. So we are protecting everybody who shows up for work, which drives our community. And anyway, I just wanted to bring that to the light, that whether the city does or not, dear me, but by golly, I hope we uphold our end of it. Thank you.
Okay, question I've got. What is your COLA what percentage are you looking at raising your employees this year?
The current budget is before you, Commissioner. The board had a 3% COLA in that budget.
Okay. And what did you do last year?
Last year, there was not a COLA in the budget because it was on the heels of the compensation study that had just been implemented.
But you did raise them last year, correct?
The compensation study was put into effect in January of '23. And so at the budget time, there was not a COLA in the budget at that time. So it was only what was implemented back at the time of the compensation study. This budget that's before you that has a 3% COLA in it would be the first cost of living adjustment for employees since the salary study was implemented.
But when you did the salary study, did you raise them at that time?
Certainly.
Okay, what did you raise them at that time? What percentage?
It varied. It varied based upon classification.
Okay.
And that was the presentation.
From
that I
what
gave at this
range to
podium
what
last year.
range? Do you have an idea?
20 to 45% in certain areas.
Over 6 years.
I think it's important, Mr. Chairman, and I said this at the podium last year. I think it's very important that this commission and the public in Hamlin County understand the difference between a percentage amount and an actual dollar amount. It's one thing to say that 911 dispatchers who are answering all emergency calls and dispatching all emergency services are getting $2 more on the hour than someone who's giving you a chicken sandwich down on the West AJ. I think the public would think that that's reasonable and rational for all of the training and the liability that goes into that and the stress that goes into that job. But when we increased their pay in order to do that, and it took 20%, it's a different story when someone goes out and goes, they gave 20% raises at dispatch. That sounds a lot different than it does to say they're making $2 more than the person at McDonald's drive-thru is making. And so when we compare the reality of what's going on, using the percentage, spinning it in such a way to make it look like that the percentage is astronomical is not a fair assessment.
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everyone in here knows that I am pro-emergency services. I have been the whole time. I've been part of the volunteer fire departments, the emergency management agency, Sheriff's Department, I've been through it. And yes, 911 has a need. They are a critical part. The thing is though, and it's something that we have to think about, is yes, they're showing a $200,000 deficit. Okay? EMS is asking for a $300,000 because they have needs as well. Then you have all that we've done for the Sheriff's Department for retention. But then there's other county agencies out there as well that we have to look at for retention. And we have a certain amount of money that we can do without raising taxes astronomically. And we just kind of have to balance that out. And I think, and I asked the commissioners, consider some increase, but there again, we have to be stewards of the money, and it has to be spread out across the board. We can't just pick one, and unfortunately, we can't give every penny that everybody's asking for. If we do, you're looking at unheard of tax increases. And if we do it this year, not that this department would, but those that didn't ask for it this year are gonna be coming the following year and saying, well, hey, you gave every penny they asked for, where's mine? And we're gonna be on a cycle. Like I said, please look at it, think of a figure that we can do that is feasible within inside our budget. Everybody wants to talk about staying inside the budget, staying inside the budget. Well, when we go outside that budget by committing $200,000 and then another $300,000 EMS and $200,000 more to Parks and Rec, which those are not all in the budget, where does it end? So, and where does the money come from? So every increase we give has to come from somewhere. So, just think about what we have and try to give a little bit where we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doty. Anyone else? Mr. Richardson?
If we do an increase, and this may be a Bill or Amanda question, does that affect the maintenance of effort for next year? So if we give them $1, we have to increase the dollar next year. I would like, and I apologize because I did not take the time or see the fact that we have a detailed budget in Amanda's office. And I think we got some other commissioners like that, but when you come up and you said, I forget the exact word, but some increases in salaries or pay, and some general numbers. I'd like to see a detailed budget before I make a final decision. And then another thing that I think last year we were kind of caught off guard, and we reduced the maintenance, or we didn't reduce the maintenance effort, but we had to come in into the fund balance to get some additional monies. Part of that was to buy the building, I think, right?
You're talking about 911 fund balance.
Right, yeah.
911 purchased the health department building and provided that funding to the county for the purchase of that building from our fund balance.
Okay.
That's correct.
And your fund balance is down this year?
A little, yeah.
Okay. And we need to figure out a way to help you increase that fund balance. Is that a fair statement?
Well,
or not go into it any deeper?
I guess that would go back to Commissioner Neesmith's question of, am I getting what I wanted?
Right.
I'm not here today to ask this commission to help me to increase fund balance. Our request doesn't do that. Our request
But it doesn't have,
is to balance the current budget that's before you.
but you don't have to go into the fund balance to balance your budget if we, yeah.
That is correct, we would. Yes.
And this is a quasi-government agency, is that, based on your letters last year, that
No, we're a full governmental agency. We're established by TCA 786.
But not under the Hamlin County.
We're just not Hamlin County government. Yeah, it's a separate government
It's a separate
entity.
government entity, not a Hamlin County.
That is correct. Nor a city of Morristown.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Naismith?
How much have you got in your fund balance now? What is your
I can give you the figure as of March 31.
March 30? Okay.
It's $1,922,000. $1,922,579.
Okay, and you spent about 3 or 4 million for the health department? How much
No,
you-
sir, the only thing that we've done with the health department now is provide that 25% match on the counties for the
25%
grant,
match.
which was, don't hold me to this, Mr. Chairman, $1,137,000, I think, and some change. I think that's close to being right.
And that came out of your fund balance?
It did.
So you'd have had $3 million in it prior to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Howell?
Yes, sir. So out of that fund balance, you still have to get that building ready.
Yes.
And your intention is to do it with your money and not ask for.
When I stood before this commission and made the proposal that we would provide the 25% match in order to purchase that building for it, so that for the least amount of money possible, the county could have both a new health department and a new 911 center, Commissioner Neesmith asked the question that night, are you going to come back and ask for additional money to renovate that facility? And I told you that night I would not, and that I would do the very best that I could not to do that. And that's been the pledge that the 911 board made. So once the new health department facility is ready, and they have, the health department has vacated the current property, then our architect and the design and that sort of thing will all begin bidding out the construction for the renovation of that, all of that process, and all of the things that will have to go in there to get that building ready for emergency operations. It is my intent, and I've said this, Commissioner House serves on the 911 board, our board chairman and vice chairman are both in the room. I have said this to them on multiple occasions. My intent is not to come back to either city council or county commission and seek any additional funding for that, if that's possible at all. We have, for the past 34 years, operated at 911 on a pay-as-you-go basis. We stand before you again today to be able to tell you that we have no debt, and it's our intent to be able to finish that building and still say that.
Any other questions?
Just one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Gates.
I don't have it either with me, but what percentage of your yearly operating budget would your fund balance equal out to? Because I know we try to keep things on a percentage and such, and that's my shortcoming for not having that with me. And
It's right out where it is right now. With the fund balance at March 31 being $1,922,000, the budget total revenue for the budget, the proposed budget that's before you, is $1,975,000. But our total operating expense is $2,174,000. That's the $200,000 difference. So we are, for all intents and purposes, because that's a March number, I would say that 1 year of operating is what we have in the bank, I think is what you're looking for.
it is, and I think.
And that's, again, I don't mean to interrupt you, sir, but that again is where we are prior to doing any construction or renovation at the new facility.
Yes, and if I remember, that is a, from my time on the E911 board, that is a bare minimum goal, is to try to keep that 1 year of operating expenses in the bank. And with all that's going on, I commend you for that, because I know it's hard to come up with capital plus doing, but thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For your information. Morristown Hamlin Library. Anyone here? Shelley Shropshire. Come on down.
The library has asked for a 5% COLA for employees. We have also asked for an increase to buy materials for the public to meet their demand for requests and for books, audio books, videos, or whatever the request is for. It's at 8.6%. The state has a library standard that they have from 2018, and they're working on a new one for this year, I believe. But at 2018, the standard was recommended that the libraries have 15% of the operating appropriations for materials. This request is at 8.6%. So we're trying to meet the demand on much less than what the state standard is. So we hope that we can have that increase. We also ask for an increase in maintenance and the upkeep of the facilities, because the library has been actually having to use their own money to keep this up, and our equipment, our air conditioning units are 16 years old now, so they're all going down little at a time. We've had 2 replaced, and we have 26 total. We've had 2 replaced and 2 parts changed out to keep them running on our HVACs. We have not had a budget for carpet cleaning and window cleaning and basic repairs. So we're asking for $4,000 for that and $6,000 on the HVAC equipment. Also, this year we've had sewer issues that caused a lot of damage in the library, and we are going to be looking at repairing those sewer lines in the back of the library. The bottom of the pipe is just completely gone, and in the front of the library there's a dip in the outgoing pipes that causes backups. And with as many people as we have coming in and using the bathrooms daily, that causes it to back up quick sometimes, and then it overflows onto our carpets and things like that. So you can imagine we really need that funding. And that's basically it.
Do we have any questions?
What tab is she in? What one are you supposed to be looking at? Nobody's ever said.
53.
What?
53.
It's 53, it's same.
Same one.
Number
Okay.
11. go
Number
down to
11
number
on tab
11.
53.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, is that included in that 24,300?
The total increase request was 52.5.
Okay.
So we're proposing 24.
Well, no.
The city matched the rest of it.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Howell?
Yes, sir. So will that take care of the sewer? I mean, that's huge.
They'll come back to us. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle. Their plan is to come back to us once they get a cost estimate on repairs.
Okay. Okay. There are a lot of people who appreciate the library, maybe not so much, well, they appreciate the library, and it's my favorite place. But anyway, just wanted to double check that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Good luck.
Chairman, before we move to the next, I think there needs to be clarification that these are requests that we're hearing today that we're not actually acting on. We're hearing these requests. The mayor's proposed a budget with the finance department with what increases he suggests. Now, we as a commission can go over or under.
Okay.
So, today we're just hearing requests. June the 4th, we'll meet again and go over these requests, where we may think increases are needed or what have you. I just want to make that clarification for this body. We're hearing requests today on this budget hearing.
And to
Well,
follow up
we'll
on
just
that,
pass, we'll come back later and pass judgment on what we heard today.
Well, possibly, if we want to do an increase over and above what the mayor and the finance department has suggested, or we can accept what's been accepted or proposed.
Anybody know when we got the nonprofit thing coming up? Anybody have any idea? In our budget? You know, Bill?
rephrase your question.
The nonprofits,
We're
when
doing
is that
those-
coming up?
That's what we're doing now.
That's what we're doing now? Okay, I got a question.
Well, and the ones that are asking for more money, that's what we're doing.
Just for more money, not the same amount of money.
No.
Okay, I got a question to ask you then, Bill. The minister at Matt's, they didn't get their paperwork in time, but I noticed here now it came in in June. In June. I talked to the people at Matt's, and they said they forgot to get it in. The lady forgot to get it in. And I talked to 2 or 3 of the board members because Terry Hackney, I had this bull riding for 33 years out Walter State, and I let them make all the money they could over selling sponsors. And they finally come out and they made $8,400 that I would have made, but I give it to them because I didn't think they was gonna get the money from us this year. They didn't either. They ain't got them included. They made $8,400 in extra.
It's in number 12 down there, and he's got a proposed
I see it.
amount, okay.
All right, we squared away on that. Okay, let's move on. Morristown Parks and Recreation.
We didn't ask them to hear, so we'll go on to the end.
All right, let's go on down to Morristown Hamlin EMS Ambulance Service. If you would, please, when you come to the, state your name, so we'll.
My name is Danny Housewright. I'm the director of Morristown Hamlin EMS. I live at 4629 Stapleton Road, Morristown, Tennessee. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Budget Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss potential establishment of an EMS Capital Needs Fund. As you're aware, there's an ongoing staffing crisis in healthcare and the public safety sectors. It's my firm belief that Morristown Hamlin EMS urgently requires financial support to retrain and attract skilled EMS professionals. Since 1984, Morristown EMS has been a vital provider of emergency services to the residents of Morristown and Hamlin County. The unwavering dedication and professionalism of our team have not only saved numerous lives, but they've also earned us several Star of Life awards. Matter of fact, this evening, I will be attending an EMS Excellent Banquet in Knoxville, Tennessee. We'll be celebrating 2 of our teams. These teams are being honored for their crucial roles that they played on 2 separate incidences. One involved a newborn who'd stopped breathing. The other one was a retired Morristown Fire Department chief who suffered cardiac arrest at home. Both individuals were successfully revived and they restored to normal life thanks to the interventions of our crews. However, it would be remiss not to inform the chair and the Budget Committee that paramedic Todd Giles was one of the honorees for tonight's ceremony, and he will be unavoidably absent. Todd tragically lost his life on April 5th in the line of duty. He was attempting to scale an extremely steep hill, trying to reach an injured teenager at a construction site where he suffered a heart attack and expired. However, his bravery and dedication were exemplified and are going to be honored tonight because he was the one that responded to retired Chief Reynolds and helped in his resuscitation. So tonight they're going to be recognizing him as a hero whose absence will be definitely missed tonight. These examples underscore the essential role of EMS plays in our community and dire consequences we could face without services. Therefore, I am here to seek support, securing financial means necessary to continue our mission and address the decline in the career interest of EMS in Tennessee. If EMS services were unavailable or overwhelmed during these incidents, as I mentioned earlier, it's highly likely those 2 valuable lives would have been lost. This grim reality is why I'm here advocating today to reduce the likelihood of such an unimaginable outcome. Currently, Tennessee is facing a critical decline of individuals choosing the EMS profession. Our region is no exception to the experience of shortage of qualified EMS professionals, especially with every service competing for such few licensed vital workers. Without proper support, Morristown-Hamlin EMS cannot effectively compete with other counties in recruiting top EMS talent. Here lies an opportunity for your pivotal assistance. I'm proposing a creation of a recurring $300,000 EMS Capital Needs Fund, which will serve as a strategic investment by the Hamlin County Commission for the ongoing health and safety of the community. This fund would ensure that Morristown EMS or your local EMS has access to the latest equipment and technology, enabling our personnel to respond to emergencies with the utmost efficiency and effective tools. This commitment would not only reflect an investment in our excellence, but also prepare us for any future challenges that may arise. When examining the financials of Morristown-Hamlin EMS, it's abundantly clear that we manage our funds with great responsibility. Our operations primarily rely on reimbursements from individuals who utilize our services, and having a 3 months operating expense plays a crucial role in maintaining a healthy fund balance. While our main goal has always been to secure enough revenue to cover an entire year, we've never been able to achieve that goal. The current economic conditions have made it almost impossible to reach this financial milestone. This situation highlights the necessity for us to revise our strategies and explore alternative options to manage large capital expenditures, as any significant purchase could deplete our reserves and potentially lead to financial instability. To address this, the establishment of an EMS Capital Needs Fund would directly support our capital expenditures. Each year, we would identify and present a significant capital item for consideration and approval by the Commissioner. This transparent process would ensure both the Hamlin County Commission and the citizens know exactly where their investments are being allocated. Furthermore, to establish this fund would send a strong message to our current and future EMS personnel that their community supports them. It recognizes the essential and critical nature of their work by providing them the necessary resources to perform their duties safely and effectively. By deciding to establish this fund, the county leaders would affirm their commitment to success and reliability of an EMS system that has been a cornerstone of trust within our community. This decision would reinforce our community's dedication to maintaining a high standard of emergency medical services, ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents and visitors. Now, it would be imprudent for me to propose the creation of a fund without clearly outlining its specific applications for enhancing our service. Please allow me to present a visual representation to better illustrate what I'm talking about. Captain Thompson, you care to start that, please? You'll see this is what I started out 33 years ago with the cot that we used. It's called a 1.5 man stretcher. You can see it can be easily loaded. Shouldn't say easily, it can be loaded by one person. Ideally, we have 2 people all working this, and someone we would be picking up the legs and sliding them back. Go to the next video. This is what we currently have, our Power Pro 2 stretchers. These are electronic stretchers. Still a 2-man procedure because you're supporting the weight. The legs self-deploy. It does decrease the lifting somewhat because you can lift the patient up electronically from the scene. But loading, you're still bearing the weight. And here's the automated system that we're going to be trying to implement. Striker Power Load System. It's all electronic. It self-deploys. EMS personnel deploy the legs. You can see underneath, it's hard to see in this light, but there's an arm that's going to lower down. And then when they load it, they push one button and the arm lifts itself. The video highlights the challenges EMS teams face daily. Notably, with our current stretchers, the weigh about 140 pounds when empty can easily exceed 350 pounds when carrying an average patient. Our crews are required to lift these stretchers a minimum of 4 times per call. The equipment we're proposing to acquire significantly reduces the physical strain of these tasks. This advancement not only enhances the safety of both the EMS professional and the patients that we're transporting, but also extends the career of our veteran personnel. Moreover, by investing in such state-of-the-art equipment, we're more likely to attract new talent to our ranks, ensuring stability and effectiveness of our services into the future. In conclusion, I urge the Hamilton County Commission to consider the establishment of a $300,000 EMS capital needs fund as a pivotal investment into the future of our community's health and safety. This fund will ensure that Morristown Hamlin EMS remains equipped with cutting-edge technologies, resources, allowing our dedicated team to respond to emergencies effectively and efficiently. I appreciate your attention on this matter and your commitment to enhancing the capabilities of EMS. Together, we can continue to safeguard our community, ensure that Morristown Hamlin EMS remains a beacon of trust and reliability to the citizens of Morristown and Hamlin County. Thank you for consideration. At this time, I'll take any questions this committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Housewright. Mr. Neesmith?
How much is this new lift cost? What's the price
I
on
don't know
it?
if y'all got a copy of that in the, it's a new lift system without installation is $365,327. That's for all 10 ambulances.
Oh, that's 10 of them?
That's 10 ambulances, yes,
So
sir.
you're talking 36,000?
Exactly.
36
Now, that's not
indeed.
installed. There'll be an additional fee installation. Stryker does not do the installation, and we can estimate about another additional $20,000 to get all 10 units.
What's the
installed.
installation? To get your track laying down the ambulance?
Laying the track down and wiring it up.
That's pretty stout installation, isn't it?
Well, the stretchers, which are not included in this, that you saw, the ones that we currently have, they're $33,000 apiece. We have 10 of those.
Well, I want to thank you. My wife had to use you guys back last November. And they came into my house, got my wife out of the bed, maneuvered her through the dresser and the chest of drawers in a ranch-style house, going down the hall, stepping over dog crates. I compliment you on what you did. And
Thank
y'all
you.
Y'all took her straight to UT. And I thanked those guys that day, but I've not seen anybody since. But
So I'm
I
glad
wanna
you had a
compliment.
fantastic experience. It can be quite amazing, some of the situations we get into trying to extricate a patient from a house.
I'm gonna tell my wife how much weight y'all have to pick up, and she weighs 102 pounds. So
You're exactly
you
right.
have to- You have to drop down a little bit on your 600 pounds.
Unfortunately, our average patient weighs about 250 pounds now on average. So,
But thank you.
you're welcome, sir.
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit of food for thought for everyone, like Dr. Housewright was talking about the 250-pound average patient. A lot of those are coronary emergencies.
Yes,
and
sir.
Such. And if you think, there's times, because I've actually been called out when I was with EMA or patrolling the sheriff's department or volunteer fire to come out and assist with lifting because the staffing that they had that day, and it's because call-ins or whatever, and I'm not trying to be sexist, but there was no male on the ambulance, and they had a 300-pound plus person that needed to be put into the ambulance. That required them to wait for 8 to 10 minutes for a whole nother agency to get there, that they've had someone with a coronary emergency, that they couldn't get them to the hospital. Granted, they were doing all they could, they did everything they could, but it is very serious. I've seen it firsthand, and I wanted you all to be aware, the time frame you're looking at when you add that in. It's drastic, because, they can't determine and say, we're gonna put a weightlifter paramedic or EMT on every truck going out, and, because you don't know what you're gonna, have.
Mr. Doty, I appreciate it, and I will stress that Morristown EMS does have a lifting policy that you must, before you can go to work on an ambulance, each person has to be able to lift 150 pounds, hold it at their waist for 10 seconds, and set it back down. That includes the females as well. We've had few people that have went through paramedic EMT school and advanced school and couldn't pass the lift test. So it's an issue. The number one, I don't want to say killer, that's a bad word. The number one reason people leave EMS is because their backs give out.
Mr. Harville, do you have something?
I was just going to really echo what Mr. Doty said there. You know, that you worked on an average there. The unhealthiest people are the ones you see,
Yes, sir.
and we are an obese society.
Yes, sir.
And this is, I think, something that is really needed. You provide such a valuable service, and like I said, whenever we're worrying about, you said they had to pick up 150 pounds, well, 140 of it's a stretcher.
Yes, sir.
You know, you add another, like you said, 250, 300 pound person there, you got a problem.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Patshaw, do you have something?
Yes, I'd like to thank you guys too for what you do across our county. It's unbelievable without you guys where we would be, so thank you for being there. Sorry for your loss to your program, tremendous loss, I know, with Todd being gone now, but just wanted to echo that. Back to this request, I think it's a no-brainer that we really need to look at this for the health of what they're doing for our community. We've got to look at this. Now, as moving forward, and I think the mayor has a proposed budget of 75,000. They've asked for 300. 75 is what the mayor's office has requested is that we look at. Maybe that's what we do, but maybe there's a way that we could look at some one-time funding, as we've done in the past, to bump this up. What I'd like to see us do is start this reoccurring funding for these gentlemen. But it may not be at the level maybe they need at this point, but yet it's a beginning point that each year we can evaluate where we're at. It's just something I'm throwing out there to be thinking about as an idea. Maybe we fund their request and we find some one-time money to help boost that. We can't fund all of them, I don't think, for 1 year, but yet it's possible to get a good start. That said, I do have one question about the gurneys.
Yes, sir.
Is that the proper term?
The stretchers, gurneys,
Stretcher,
cots.
okay. I'm sure there's a backup plan if there's a failure of the electronics.
That the device we're wanting to purchase?
Yes.
Yes, with a flip of a switch, it's a manual switch, it becomes automatic and it just deploys on rollers.
Just
Now,
making,
there is a potential that you could have catastrophic failure, but it's never been recorded that I know about.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Long?
Mr. Mayor, is there a possibility if we do the 75, could we come up with another 75 out of fund balance maybe? And do half of them this year and?
What I've discussed is 75 in the general fund, and then 75 out of the open.
So that would do half of them. Now,
That would purchase 5 units, and of course now there would be some additional expense because we'd planned on, as EMS, we're going to do our part as well. I was ideally wanting to outfit all 10 units, but obviously we're thankful for anything.
so you've got 5 newer units, right?
We have a total of 6 that are on main, and we got 4 backup trucks. So, I mean, once we get a dollar amount that the Hamlin County is going to gift us, we would, then I would bring it back to my board of directors to come out from our operating expense to maybe outfit at least 6 anyway.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Housewright? Yes, Mr. Richards.
Question for you. Help me understand. The trucks have 2 gurneys in them.
Negative. That was a demo truck on that one there. I
So
apologize.
you'd have one device that would mount to the truck itself, and that was the $35,000 unit.
Yes, sir. It's called the,
Already got the gurney or the stretcher that fits that.
we've already had the stretcher, yes.
And then the $20,000 you were talking about, is that each truck to mount or a
No,
total?
it's $2,000 per
Okay.
truck to mount it.
Okay.
I apologize, should have made
That's
that
fine.
clear.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Cutshaw?
Yes, forgot to mention this, and just wondering, have you guys taken care of your employees as well? COLA?
Oh, yes, COLA is included. It's very interesting that you mentioned that. There is it's hard to compete with county services that fund their EMS. They are able to pay at a rate that a private nonprofit agency has a much more difficult time in doing. What I generally do, and I present it to my board, is I take the COLA, that it's the national COLA, and I cut it in half, and that's how I present raises to my committee or to my EMS board of directors.
Okay, have you approved that for this year? Is it?
Well, it'll be coming up in July, so last year's was
Okay.
approved, yes, sir.
Okay. And finally, just for all of us to understand, is the city involved in any way, city government involved in any way in funding with your department?
To the city?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, is that something that can be approached?
We've considered it, but if, the conversations that I've had that since the Tennessee stated that the ambulance service is becoming listed as an essential service, it's going to be the county's responsibility,
Well,
was my understanding.
Yes, and I understand that. I just thought it'd be nice to ask to see if they'd be interested.
All they can do is tell me no.
Yeah, that's all I'm getting at.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Howell?
Yes, sir. I remember in a conversation, you had been asked by Knoxville, gee, we really need some ambulances in Knoxville, and please, please, please. And what I appreciated was he stood in the breach and said, I've got 67 who live here, and maybe another 150 are in this town, and you said, I can't help you at this time. And the other thing I remember in a conversation, you had said that you have the ambulance, but not having the personnel, and that particular gurney may help with the personnel and keeping them from being on sick leave or whatever, so.
Correct. All this is to entice new EMS professionals to come into Hamlin County to work. There is such a shortage in healthcare and public safety, and we're both. We're public health and healthcare. So COVID really hit us. We lost several employees during that time, and we're just now starting to get them back. We're doing things in-house. We petitioned the state of Tennessee to allow us to create our own emergency medical technician program, which we've implemented. I think we're on class number 3, if that's correct. We hope to start an advanced EMT course so we can do a majority of our personnel in-house without having to utilize the community college and just rely on the community college to produce paramedics, which is another entire year. So we're a tad different than other public safety. Fire and police, they go to the academy and they come out and they're on the road. EMS is not like that. It takes 2.5 years to become a critical care paramedic before you can even be deployed out on the street.
Mr. Horner?
So a lot of other counties are using these.
Yes, Jefferson County was the first one in our local area that's doing it. They done it, I want to say 5 years. They had Generation 1 type of the power load system, and they've seen they have a lot better ability to staff than I do. Hawkins County's doing it, and so is Granger County is now implementing it. And they're doing it one ambulance at a time whenever they buy a new ambulance.
And they're funded by?
They're all county funded, sir.
We're behind the 8 ball here.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Doty.
Just one other thing, and I didn't even really think about it as clearly till you mentioned the COVID situation. I try to do thanks when thanks is due to your staff. I know they came in when my father passed during COVID. They came into so many homes, in touch with so many people. during COVID selflessly, because it was a lot of times knowing that the person in this home had COVID, and they exposed herself to it. And, I can remember, we talked about Todd Giles. I thought the world of the man. He was wonderful serving in this community. He was one of the first in the EMS group in Marshtown that got COVID. And that to me, had a lot to do with what caused his demise, because he, bless his heart, he never did come completely back from it that I saw.
You're right, sir. And to elaborate on that, Commissioner Doty, is that every single EMS employee contracted COVID. Every one of them. We had 3 hospitalized.
And still went back out and did it again because they want to serve this community after that.
When the call dropped, if it was a shortness of breath, we responded anyway.
I think that wraps it up. We thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Okay, we're going to take a break here, step back, provide a lunch.
Well, I can give 15 minutes anyway. Now, are we gonna eat at our desk? Is that what the plan is? Give about 15 minutes for everybody to get settled back, maybe? What do you think?
We'll,
15, 20 minutes?
yeah,
Get settled back?
we'll be back 15 to 20.
So he's, I was already planning the mayor on a lot of
We're back in business. You may go ahead, like I'm gonna stop you, but you may go ahead and finish your lunch. Debbie's already threatened me with that. But we'll move on now with, Ready by 6.
Good afternoon. My name is Tish Jones, and I live at 425 Lombardy Drive, Morristown, Tennessee. And I am here to present to you and ask for $10,000 for Ready by 6. And you may say, what is Ready by 6? Ready by 6 is a program that Hamlin County Foundation for Educational Excellence and Achievement started in 2017 is when we actually began the process. From 2013 to 2016, HCL did a study of educational values and educational skills that our students had in our school system. We had been here since 1991 working with education. What we discovered was that there is a huge number of children entering school without the basic skills they need to learn. They do not have the teaching or the access to resources from their birth to 6-year-old years to be ready to enter the school system so that then they can progress through the system with a well-formed education. So HCXL decided that at that time we should begin an exploration of how we could assist prenatal to 6-year-old families in ensuring their children were entering the school system with the skills they needed to succeed. In 2017, we pulled together a strategic plan. We identified approximately 20 organizations within Hamlin County that worked with families, early childhood families. Those organizations came together and created a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan. And the idea was to how we could help our early childhood families begin to understand the need for being the first teachers of their children and for ensuring that their children had the skills that they need. The strategic plan was founded on 4 principles: health. Children needed to be healthy to enter the school system. Finance, the families needed to be stable to help with their children entering a school system. Housing, they needed to be secure in a home. And early learning. And those 4 principles are where Ready by 6 has put its work for the last 5-6 years. In 2018, we had created the strategic plan and we began to implement work. And the first thing we did was come up with tip sheets. And tip sheets were to tell about what was needed for the first year of a child. What were the steps that happened during the first year of a child? When did the child need to go to the doctor? When did the parents need to be concerned about things in that baby's life? And from those tip sheets, we ended up with about 18 to 20 tip sheets. Experts created them. People that were had knowledge of that area, health or finance or housing or early learning. So the 18 tip sheets put together into a Ready by 6 toolkit. And at Morristown Hamlin Healthcare Services, every birthing parent was offered a Ready by 6 toolkit. And in that toolkit, it had those 17 to 18 tip sheets that helped that family to understand. We also put in at Fred Miller Park, the signs, Born Learning, so that parents, when they were in the park with their children, could walk through the park and it told them what to do with their children to excite their brain and to open it up. And many of you have received these, you may have one or the other. This one is the first tip sheets. Last year, we put this into a booklet instead of the tip sheets. And then when we finished this one, we then put together a toddler to kindergarten booklet, which the others of you may have. And it's from 2 to 6 years of age. We're now working on a prenatal one for mothers and fathers that are getting ready to have or expecting a child. In that effort, if you go to the back of it, you will see all the programming that we have done since we began in 2018. The first toolkits were given away January of 2019. We started a new Mom's Time. That was going to be a place where mothers could come and talk together. In our area, we have so many families that have no family here. They're far away from their family, so they have no support system. So we thought by creating a new Mom's Time, we could bring those parents, those mothers together, and they could have someone to talk about the challenges and the opportunities that they had. However, COVID hit, and just, you know, we couldn't meet, we couldn't do anything. So we went back and we created a new Mom's Times private Facebook group. We have 353 mothers on that Facebook group today. They interact, we send them emails, we send them texts, we send them information of where to go and where to find resources for what they need. We also created the Healthy Habits program. It's at the public library. And one day a month, we do one of 3 programs right now. We had a 4th one, but there is a snack attack, so parents learn how to fix healthy snacks for their children, and the child learns to eat healthy snacks. There is music and movement. The child learns about music and moving around and how important music is to development of the brain. There's art, little artists, and they learn to draw and use their creative activity to express their emotions. And those happen every week at the public library. We also had a Camp Emotions so that children and parents could learn how to handle the big emotions of children. And I know you probably mostly faced a 2-year-old's tantrum, so you understand that there are big emotions with children. We have mothers of preschoolers, and it's a group that meets for mothers of preschoolers to help them get away a little bit. They have a babysitting service, and they can talk about their issues. The Hamlin Resource Guide, I hope some of you may have seen it. If you go on your cell phone or you go to your computer and you go to Hamlin Resource Guide, it will pull up the resources that are available in Hamlin County. And that's not just for birth to 6-year-olds. That's for the entire county. 911 is on there. We have central services on there, the hospitals on there, the school systems on there. There are over, I think, close to 60 organizations that you can find if you need resources within your community. We also did the Storybook Trail over at City Park, and right across from the Boys and Girls Club. And we worked with the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation to create a civic park where young parents could take their young children and their young children could read the books. And we didn't put 1 book in, we have 4 books in, so we can change them quarterly in our town. Car seat program. Since we began this program, we've given away, I think, 362 car seats to parents that did not have a car seat. And your baby's not even supposed to leave the hospital if it doesn't leave in a car seat. And we have so many parents in this community. If you've tried to buy a car seat lately, you realize they're over $200 a piece. So we have very safe car seats that we can give away. They're given away out at Central Services, and the parents have to go through a training course so they know how to put their car seat in. And now it's a YouTube training course, so they can take it home with them and go back to refer to it as well. Just pull it up on their phones. We distributed over 2,881 of our Ready by 6 toolkits in the community. We've distributed 435 Hello Baby, a guide for parents, because that was just put into the booklet foam last year. And the toddler to kindergarten guide, 475, I think, from toddler to kindergarten, we have distributed since it. Both of these books are in English and Spanish. All we do is has both English and Spanish to it, because our population is growing in both the Latino populations, and we are getting a lot of South Pacific residents into our community as well. And what we want to do is try to create a collaborative of our community with government, because these are your citizens. These are your children. And we want government involved in collaboration with the private part of our community to create a resource that our young early childhood families can go to ensure that our children will enter school ready to learn. You know, they say that from to the 3rd grade, you read to learn from 4th grade forward. Learn to read from birth to 3rd grade. Read to learn from 3rd grade forward. If these children cannot learn, if they enter the school system, the majority of them will never reach that reading level. So it is important that we as a community, our budget this year is $80,000 in order to maintain the books, the toolkits, and probably one of the most important things we've done, we started this in August of last year, and that is we have created a counseling service for early childhood families. If you're in school, you have a place to take your child. You can ask for counseling. But if you are birth to 6 years old, early childhood families have nowhere they could go for counseling. So now out at Central Services, we have an early childhood counseling service. And since that service started in August, we have given away, distributed over 4,500 brochures, educational materials, COVID cards, WIC cards, poison and magnets, toddler books, infant books, flyers, educational, 72 packages of free books for parents to read to their children, and 50 emotional support bears, books for children with addicted caregivers, Christmas gifts and educational materials for parents of children 1 year of age or younger. You know, at Toys for Tots, you have to be 2 years in order to receive something. They didn't have anything if you were birthed to 1 year at that age before. And we have conducted 32 intensive case management and counseling sessions and made 9 families to strong family referrals. So what we're trying to do is give these early childhood families support to be healthy, to be knowledgeable, to be financially strong, and to have secure housing. And we need your help, and we ask for it, and we so appreciate your time.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Jones?
Have one question.
Yes, Mr. Joe.
How do people get a hold of you?
They can call me, or they go to Ready by 6. If you go to readyby6.org or rb6.org, we have a website.
Some of these people that's coming here can't even speak English.
Yes.
They're kids that really probably need your help.
Yes, and Ola is one of our members.
Okay.
If you look on the front of the book, you will see these are the members of our organization, of our council. And this, we meet once a month by conference call. And probably the greatest thing that I have seen that the Ready by Six Council has been able to do is that it has brought these groups together to inform each other of what they're doing. So many people don't know what the right hand or the left hand is doing, and they help each other. During COVID, it was amazing. You know, the diapers we came up with, the bottles, the milk, the clothes we came to try to help people with that just couldn't get out and couldn't get it. And we were able to really share and help so many people. And it's because of this collaborative, not because of one person, but because of these organizations collaborating to work together. And we're asking the county to join us in this work.
So if we do a welcome center, you'd be right home, right there with the welcome center, control it, same time. Help people there, if they come there, they get your attention.
Yes, and we're a referral.
Yeah.
You know, we can refer.
That'd be
That's
good.
the counseling center. You know, they can refer for clothing, for food. You know, that's what we try to do is keep in contact with one another, and we email and text all the time information to make people informed of what's happening.
Mr. Richardson?
You said your budget's about $80,000 a year. Where do you get most of your funding from?
Private.
Okay.
We go out, and Daryl Brady, who is the executive director of HCXL, is out there raising the funding. We all go try to raise funding, and in fact, one thing we can be very proud of, we had an East Tennessee Foundation grant, and they helped us do the Hamlin Resource Guide. And when our grant was up, Stan can tell you about this, we sent in our report, and we were so pleased that we had gotten so much done with it, and they gave us an additional $6,000 with no strings attached. They said, we can't believe y'all did that with the money we gave you. So we're very, very careful with our funding because we have to be.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, we have Friends of Hospice, Serenity House.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Hamill. I'm the director for Friends of Hospice. And we are a program that's actually been in this community for over 30 years. We started out as an all-volunteer hospice. And in the early years, we're supported by Hamlin County. We have since moved into, we contracted with the hospices for a little while, but now we are totally independent, have been for about 20 years. And we started 10 years ago in a little small home in the housing authority and started a dream of helping people at end of life who had no other options of where to go and had no family to take care of them. We started in the housing authority because we were working with Marilyn Medley at the time and telling her what our dream was, and she'd had 2 or 3 residents who died all by themselves with nowhere to go. You know, Tish talked about how important it is in the early stages of life. And you know, at the end of life, it's just as important when, especially in our healthcare situation we have in America right now. They don't want people dying in the hospital. They want to send them somewhere. And as you know, families spread out, and we have so many patients we take care of at the Serenity House who have no family anywhere. We've taken care of several homeless people who have nowhere to go. But we are completely nonprofit. Serenity House started 10 years ago, and we took care of 2 patients at that time. And our whole philosophy is to provide a home-like setting for people to be able to come and spend the last weeks to months of their life. In order to come to Serenity House, because we're not a medical facility, we're a home away from home, the patient has to be on hospice because we need someone who can guide our staff and help us to know how to best take care of a patient. I myself have been involved in hospice for 30 years. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. So I know, about hospice and how to help care for patients. The second criteria is a patient has to have 3 months or less. We are specifically designed, we're not for long-term care. We are for those people who are in the last days and weeks of their life. Our average length of stay is only 2 weeks. Our shortest length of stay, 15 minutes. Someone died as soon as they got through the door. Longest stay we've had is 5 months. Patients are reevaluated after they've been with us for 2 months to see if they are still continuing to decline, because we are not long-term. If they have stabilized and are not declining, then we start working with hospice to look at an alternative place for them to go. By this time, if they are chronic, the social worker will start looking possibly at a nursing home placement. It's our goal not to have anybody have to die in a nursing home, but we can't serve everybody. So our average length of stay is 2 weeks. We to date have served 550 residents, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but the growth we have seen has been immeasurable. When we started out in our home, our first year with just 2 patients, I think we served 23 patients our first year. We've since, for the last 5 years, been right up the road on High Street, just a block from the hospital, and we have grown immensely. We started out with 3 beds, and then last year we were graciously afforded 2 individuals in the community who completely furnished and paid for our expansion wing, the Judy McGuffin wing, and we have 2 more beds now. So now we serve 5 patients. To date, already this year, we have served in 4 months 55 patients. We took care of a total of 100 patients last year, so we expect that to, be between 150 and 200 patients this year. Since we are not medical, we cannot bill for insurance. We don't get Medicare funds. The hospice does. It comes in and oversees our program and oversees the patients that they care for. But we rely totally on donations and fundraisers. Patients can pay anywhere from nothing to $150 a day. We do have a sliding type scale. We will ask a family, what is your loved one's income, what are your resources, and we determine what their weekly rate is based on that. So the most we would ever charge would be $150 a day, which is $1,000 a week. The least amount that we ask is only $150 a week, and that's basically pays for our electricity and food is all it pays for. Everything else is done through donations and fundraisers. The reason we come here today is because 60% of our patients that we do serve do come from Hamlin County. We get some from outside the county, but based on, everybody's treated the same as far as what they're able to pay. But because the majority of our patients come from here, and because, as you've heard all day, in order to get qualified people, you have to be able to pay them. We presently only pay our caregivers $13 an hour, which is not a whole lot. Our caregivers are CNAs, and so, it's pretty sad when McDonald's is paying more than we can pay ours. But so, we are also looking at increases for our, in order to pay our staffing more. We look for every way we can possible to save money. But we would love to be able to receive funds from you all to assist us in continuing our mission to serve Hamlin County at the end of life.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Warner.
Just a comment.
Just take a
my uncle was just there 2 weeks ago. And it was awesome. Thank you.
As a hospice nurse in the community for over 40 years, I had the privilege of working with Stephanie in Serenity House. And when you don't have anybody else in your family that can help you, I mean, we all work, who's gonna take care of us? And, so Serenity House is, you know, Class A Act, and, Stephanie is on call 24/7, and, it is a wonderful program.
We are the only program like this anywhere in Tennessee. There are residential hospices, but, you know, and there's even a new program that opened in Knoxville. It's supposed to be similar to ours. They charge $250 a day. Whether you know, and they don't let people in that can't pay it. You know, and I never want to get to that point where we have to turn people away because they can't afford care. So that's why it's so important for me. You know, I will take someone who can pay nothing over someone who can pay $150 a day if the person with nothing has a greater need. And will continue to be my heart and our mission.
I'd say one thing.
Yes.
Because I've had 2 or 3 people that's been there and been there. My very best friend Oscar Hicks, when he passed away there, he spent about 2 weeks with you there. And I was there every day with him, all the way to the very end. You know, thank goodness that Joe Amador allowed the place to get there and built that thing. It is incredible that you can do, especially in your last days of life, to have a pleasure of nice place to be. People come and visit with you and do that and stay with you. Y'all are incredible, incredible. And I've been very supportive of it. I really have. It's wonderful.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And we were very blessed when
Oh,
Dr.
yeah.
Amador assisted us with this
Yep.
home. And there's nothing better than being in a home-like setting
Yeah.
at the end of life.
Yeah.
And knowing that you're gonna get the care instead of being you know, our nursing homes do the best they
Amen.
can do, but people lay there for hours with no care. And we're not gonna get that here, so,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Well, we thank you for your presentation and good luck.
Thank you so much for listening. We hope we can use your support.
Mayor Britton?
Bill, turn to tab 53. Let's look at the nonprofit contributions, and I'm going to go over the slide that's on the screen on what's in the budget. And slide 53 has the nonprofits as well as the volunteer fire department, 911, the health department, some of the quasi-governmental and other governmental groups that are outside general county government. On the screen is just recommendations that I've made and discussions with some of these agencies and as well as the city of Morristown. Let's see. On 911, let's talk about that first. All right, the request was for local support, and Director Carpenter discussed this. Now, what the 911 board does is say, okay, we need X number of dollars from local support, and they present that to the city and county. And now the city, so that's at $200,000. Then the city and county has adopted a formula. It was created by MTAS, which is the city's equivalent of CTAS, and it's based on half of it's based on population, half of it's based on call response calls. So what the proposal is, city and county combined, is the new money would equal $68,000, $68,623. $51,533 will come from the city, and $17,000 will come from the county. That's what we are proposing, city and county combined, and the county's part of it. And what's in your budget document is $17,091. Yes. 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 Yes.
The maintenance of effort amount we have to do is the 242, is that correct?
49, the, No, what, no, I guess, look at the 516,119. That's the maintenance of effort. It's local, okay? It's local. Then how we divide it is based on the formula. So let's say that our calls for service or call for service for sheriff's department, volunteer fire department, and so forth was greater last year than this year. Then we paid more last year. So the division changes between city and county from year to year based on call for service primarily.
So the 560 is better.
That's the maintenance of effort, yes. Yes.
So their proposal was a 342,789. That's what they asked. Is that just to the county that they asked? Well, of course it is, because 500 is our maintenance of effort. We're just raising it from 242 this year to 259. That's all we're doing.
That, yes.
Okay.
That's what's in the budget.
242.
And the total.
Yes,
So Chris, on that amount that's in the amount requested,
yes.
all I knew was 200,000 when I did this, and so I just split the 200 between us and the city. So that's why you're seeing 100 more in that column than prior year.
Okay.
Because I didn't know how to break that $200,000 request out between the cities.
Gotcha. Of the $200,000 request, though, we're only providing 68,000 of that 200 requests, correct?
Yes, city and county combined.
I understand.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And our part 17.
So I want to clarify that. He asked for 200, and we're only going to give 68,000.
Correct.
17 of that is our portion.
Correct.
Any more questions?
Next is the library. And the library asked for a $52,500 increase, plus $85,000 in some capital money. And I'll go into that in a second. So what the city and I basically, we agreed on each doing 24-3. And I think the increase in funding is about 7%. So the total additional funding for the library would be 48.6 at city and county combined. Now, the capital money that they asked for was for renovation of their community room, which badly needs it. And what I've done is, and we reviewed it a little bit on Monday, is one of the broadband grants. It's a broadband facilities grant. One of the projects that's included in there is the renovation of the community room, and that grant would pay 90% of that project. And but it'll be the fall before we know whether we get that grant or not. Then, yes.
Talk about the sewer system.
Yes.
That building is connected to North South Sewer, right?
It is, but it's the lines between the building, it's all outside the building, between the lines, between the building and
The
sewer
tap.
connection.
The tap.
And there's some low spots, and one line just has disintegrated. I mean, the building was built in the 60s. And the building, the library building itself, in my opinion, needs some major work to its plumbing system.
Yes.
I mean, it's just outlived its usefulness, and so we may be it needs a new roof. There's some issues to that building that we need to address. It'll be a city county thing, but we need to address that over the next year and a half. So, but they have had some major sewer issues. So that explains the library. Parks and Rec, I did not include any in the budget that you have in front of you. There's no increase for Parks and Rec at all. Under EMS, and listening to Director Housewright, in the budget is $75,000 for EMS, and then the budget document does not include any appropriation from the opioid abatement money, and so that would be a separate action that you would take. My thought is this, after listening to today, is I had 75 and 75, and so there would be basically five units, 5 of the ambulances. And listening to him say that he has, 6 that are on routes that are used daily, and then 4 reserves, let's fund 6. And so 75 out of general fund, and then 105 out of the opioid money. And that qualifies for, we have some opioid money that has no restrictions at all, and we can use that, but even if it qualifies. Like Jefferson County bought an ambulance out of their opioid money for their service, but it's a county service. So we can buy equipment like that for EMS.
How much
So
money
that's
do we
my
have left in
suggestion.
the opioid bill?
About $1.9 million. Now, what we're doing with that right now, Thomas, is we're coming up with a strategic plan on what to do with those monies. And we've had an assessment. One of our committee members is Jerry Vagnier, who was CEO of McNabb. And he's done an assessment of what our needs are and what our resources are and what we've done. And so we're putting together I met with him this past week. We're going to put together a strategic plan on how to use those monies and meet those needs that he identified.
So what's your recommendation, you say?
Six units, so it'd be a total of $180,000. In the budget, it would be 75, which is in there now. And then we would use 105,000 of opioid money.
Which will be a one-time.
Which will be one time.
Is the 75 going to be reoccurring, or is it?
That's up to you all.
That was the idea presented, and
That was the request.
that was the request, yeah.
So the county would fund how much?
75.
75.
Yeah, they're just asking for this to pay for these 6 units.
That's correct, but Wayne, if what they're asking for is every year, it'd be a reoccurring appropriation to EMS.
For about 200,000,
300,000.
300,000 every year.
Every year is what they want. Yes, that's what they've asked for.
That's what they've asked for.
Yes.
But they're actually just gonna spend 369,000 for the lifts,
Correct.
which is
Correct.
something thousand apiece, so.
Right, and then what they may do in a subsequent year is bank the money until they have enough to buy an ambulance with. That's what their mindset is. That's what they're thinking about. They want money.
They're thinking on down the road.
Exactly.
If we get that money this year, we just have it reoccurring, we'll get it next year.
Yes.
I think you need to come back every year.
Mayor, along with that 75,000 reoccurring, wasn't there going to be a contractual agreement or that we agreed that this money was for capital improvements for them?
We can do that. I mean, that's the way they phrased their request, was to create a capital needs fund.
Right,
So-
and it could be that if we agree to this capital reoccurring funds, that they come to us for the request, and to keep everybody on the same page.
Sure.
I think
My
that's-
understanding, that's the
I think that's how
plans.
he said it.
Yeah.
He said they would come to us for approval.
That's what one of their board members
So-
that I talked to me, said that is their plan, is that they would come to us with proposals to spend X amount of that money on this each time, and it'd be separately approved as we go.
And only spent, not on operations, just capital.
Yes, capital,
Mr. Richardson, do you have something?
Who actually owns that facility, the building?
they do.
We do.
So
Would that require,
99-year lease.
Discussion.
would that require a maintenance, I mean, a memorandum of understanding?
We could have one. I think it would be wise.
I think so too, just to keep everybody good neighbors.
Right.
Memorandum,
Of understanding, MOU.
what will that say every year?
Well, we can work that out, but I'm just suggesting if we do this 75,000 to begin with of reoccurring funding, that we have a memorandum of understanding with the rescue squad, EMS, that they come to us or for this approval.
Well, it can only be used for capital.
It can only be
For
used for
for
capital,
equipment,
okay.
basically.
It's 75 plus 105, isn't
Well, one-time funding is the 105, but 75 would be a reoccurring if we go forward with this.
Ms. Green?
Chairman Hahn, will we be locked into this 75,000 a year regardless, plus the opioid if it comes into play?
I don't think that's what we're talking about. The opioid money be one time,
Okay,
okay? The 75 could possibly be reoccurring. That's your all's decision. Just like the
Volunteer fire departments.
They wanted to be treated like the volunteer fire departments, except they wanted, where we appropriate $300,000 a year for the volunteer fire departments combined. So that's county coverage. So they cover the county. So that's where they got the $300,000 number. That's where they got that number, is what we give volunteer fire departments. And, but what we're saying is, what I'm proposing is $75,000 out of the general fund.
but sir, our volunteer fire departments fight fires free. They don't run for free, sir.
You don't need to preach to me.
I mean,
I'm
no
not the one who made the request.
But now, seriously, our volunteer fire departments fight fires for free.
I understand that.
They don't run for free by long shot.
I understand that. Although they do, just in their defense, they do services for no charge, like the lift service. You know, they get calls, lots of calls, to come lift people out of the floor who've fallen out of bed and things like that. And they do that for no charge.
EMS does.
Yes.
I didn't know. Thank you for the clarification.
We don't have any restrictions on the fire department how to spend their money, do we?
Mr. Dowdy, you got something? And one other thing about the EMS with them, yes, they do charge, but they're limited on what they can charge by Medicare, Medicaid, because they have a limit of what can be charged to their patients, and they can't tell, well, that's not enough, you're going to pay this extra. So it's not that they have a control of how much, so they can run it like a business. They're told how much they can charge on a lot of their calls. So.
Anyone else? Mr. Richardson?
I think what we're talking about, the $75,000, we're only concerned with this budget year.
Correct.
Not next year, it will be.
Not reoccurring.
But so, except for the word reoccurring.
No, we're just talking about today
Yes.
honoring the $75,000 for this budget.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing, this is what I'm hearing, is that the commission's not ready to make a commitment for a reoccurring appropriation, but take care of $75,000, well, 180 total, but 75 out of the general fund and 105 out of the opioid fund to take care of these stretchers. 6 of them.
I think that's what we're saying.
That's what I'm hearing. Are ready by 6, anything else on the EMS? Ready by 6, they requested 10, I've got $5,000 in the budget. And what I wanted you to do is, the reason for the 5 for them, the 5 for Serenity House, is if you look through these nonprofit organizations that we fund, there's a lot of them at $5,000. And this being the first year of appropriation is, I think $5,000 is fair when you look at the big picture.
Any questions? Moving on.
Okay, that's backwards. Let's move to the general fund. Move to tab 4, and we'll talk about general fund revenues. We should be able to move through the general fund pretty quickly. What you'll see on the expenditure side, primarily in the general fund, is most departments, unless there's some cyclical expenses like reappraisal and elections and that kind of thing, did not ask for much at all. You addressed the big ticket item, which was the new Justice Center and the staffing of the jail. You addressed that on Monday. One thing you'll see is a theme through the expenditure side in the general fund is there are some departments that take actually less. They're less of an appropriation, and it's because of health insurance changes. Remember last year we made a significant increase in our health insurance premiums that we charged each department or the county's paying, and then we charged each employee $50 a month for their health insurance. Now, that has worked what we did last year as far as the increased funding for our self-insurance fund has worked. Last year at this time, or at the end of the year of last fiscal year, our balance was around $830,000, and that was after we infused $600,000 into it. And so with this increase in premiums, our balance we're anticipating will be about $1.6 million, which is healthy. Our consultant is recommending about $2 million, which at the end of this budget will be there. But what you'll see in the reductions in health insurance cost from a department is basically either new employees taking just single, or change from, let's say, someone from a family to an employee plus spouse, or just changes in the coverage. So just to let you know that as far as our health insurance fund, it is healthy again. And we did not recommend a rate increase either, a premium increase. Okay, on tab 4 on the revenues on page 1, local taxes, it includes moving 6 cents from schools. The top line, current property tax, includes moving 6 cents from schools. That'll generate about $993,000. Let's see, you'll see down at the bottom of the page, $110,000 in increased budget to budget in business tax. We budgeted this year $1.3 million, and we are anticipating receiving this year 1.4. So we just increased the budget to reflect what we're experiencing. So there's $110,000 increase there. Yes, sure.
Explain 40163.
Payment in lieu of taxes of others. That is when the industrial board negotiates with companies to locate here, expand here. They enter into a pilot program with these businesses, and they get like a discount on their equipment. Most of the time it's on equipment purchases. They get a discount on that, and the way the money flows is the equipment is owned by the industrial board, leased back to the company. The company pays the industrial board, who pays us. So that's where that money is. And they're usually 3 to 5 year pilot programs. And so some years, the amount will be greater than others, just based on, like, I think, and Amanda, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think the companies that we have are anticipating are from Iatric, Colgate, McNeilus Steel, and Howmet. Any other questions on that page? The next page, page 2, is licenses and permits. What you're seeing a decline. Look at cable TV franchise. That's a fee that cable TV customers pay on their bill. If you look at your bill, we're seeing a gradual decline in that with the increase of streaming. And that's over the internet. That's not video. That's not cable TV. And so we're seeing a gradual decline in that revenue. In building permits, we're also anticipating, well, actually, let's see. We're budgeting what we anticipate to get this year on building permits. Planning has said that the building permit activity has slowed with the increase of interest rates. The next page, there's really nothing much there to talk about. The next page starts with charges for current services. Just a decline in recreation fees, that's camping fees. Just we've made some changes in the campground as far as long-term camping. Those quote-unquote who want to live there are that's not happening anymore. The folks who are already there can stay for now, but anybody else who wants to
They grandfathered in.
well, I mean, you can say move, and they'll move. One thing we've discussed is, I've discussed with some of you is doing a renovation of the back campground, and basically giving the folks who are staying there long term by X date, you got to be moved out, and we're going to go in and make improvements to it. Now, one thing that we need to be, I guess, cognizant of or think of is we have some folks there who rent long term who aren't there. And so it's money, it's basically we're renting a piece of property and they may come twice a year to visit their camper. You know, do we want to implement a policy that would eliminate that? I don't think so. I think we need to really take a long look at what our
Those
policy
are people, Bill, that got their permanent decks. There's a lot of those out there. I went out there last night and looked at it. There's a lot of them out there.
Is there any room for expansion there?
of the campground. There is, yes, there is. If you go out, if you turn by the office there and go out that road, there's an area on the left that we could create some campsites there, maybe some camper sites there. As you go on out into the back campground, maybe some on the right, but there's not a whole lot of room. Let's see.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
quick question. Are you referring basically to Cherokee Park, sir?
yes. Yeah, that's where the fees that are collected and are shown in that line, recreation fees, that's the campground. That's Cherokee Park.
But Bill, I think you're talking about a difference, two different type of people at the campground. We've got some of those that's up by, right behind the office, that you can tell that camper has not been touched in 6 or 7 months. They come, they camp 2 or 3 weeks in the summer, leave, come back, versus the people down the road, and there's some up by the office too that's the same way. But we've got some campers down there that you can tell, like there's one mobile home down there. You can tell that thing ain't ran in 6 years. But, you know, there's a difference between somebody leaving the camper there, and then people, like you said, building decks and overhangs and everything else. I mean, that's what we need to stop at Cherokee Park, that when you're camping, you're not setting up to try to be there long-term.
And Kyle, we have stopped
Yeah.
that. I mean, we haven't run anybody off, although some
Right.
people have left on their own.
Right.
Okay, but we're not allowing any new ones. Starting about 2 months ago.
Go ahead and stop it.
About 2 months ago.
How about the covers, over them campers, so people just stay there for months at a time, or don't come?
Well, I mean, there's a couple that have covers over them that are there maybe 3 or 4 weekends a year, or 1 weekend a month. We rarely see them.
They pay the same
They pay the same.
if they was not there, if they were there.
I will add, if I may, that I see this coming to our commission very soon, that we will be discussing some items to tend to with Cherokee Park, including those that, as the mayor proposed, that we allow someone to rent year-round, but they're not there. They're not living there, okay? And as far as extra building, we're going to try to do away with that. But a metal awning over a long-term camper that's rented, that's different than somebody walking on a piece of property that could end up being a liability to the county. So it's all going to be discussed, I feel like, in the near future as far as our regulations concerning campground living at
One thing too,
Cherokee
is you-
Park.
as you go through the campground, as you go through it, look at the sites, or the sites in the back campground are all flat. Okay, and the need for a stoop maybe, but not a big, long porch. But now on the upper end, where it's on the side of a hill,
Gotta have
from a
something.
safety perspective, there needs to be, I mean, if I was camping, I'd want some kind of stoop or something, a small porch to level, so you're coming out on a level platform. And so when you drive through there, look at that. And
So we don't have a rule, you gotta move after 12 days
no,
in order
Right.
to camp. If I take my pop-up camper out there, I wanna rent a site, I can stay for 8 days. But if I wanna leave it there and pay for it, I can keep it there forever.
right now,
That's
this
just
moment,
saying,
yes.
what it is.
But if you do that, and if you stay a week and you pay $100, and you stay forever, and you're paying $100 for the 8 days, every 8 days, I need an explanation of why that won't work. In other words, if they're paying the same, if you go to a motel and you spend $50, and this family is staying 2 nights and they're paying $100, $50 for the, how do we, help me figure out why that won't work?
It's just camping there or living there.
Well, and yeah,
Not made to live there.
then we need a place for them to live, is our problem, right?
They're not living in them, they're
Yeah.
just leaving them there.
I
And we're
understand
getting
that.
revenue.
Mr. Richardson?
Mr. Chairman, could we table the
Absolutely.
camper
Yeah,
study?
yeah.
and get
Yes,
budgets?
yeah, that's what I was
think the
getting
camper
at when I
study's
said,
gonna take
yeah.
more effort.
It is.
That's what
Yes, it is.
we're gonna be bringing this up, is
Good.
what I'm getting at.
Okay,
It's
we'll
not
deal
for
with
today.
this at a
Thank you, sorry.
proper time. That's okay.
All right, next page, other local revenues. You have leases and rentals. That's lease revenue we get from, like, the dock, from the marina, from the 2 spaces we have leased out at the shopping center, from the trap club and the archery club. Also, the reduction in that is because at the end of December, our lease with the state for Judge Boniface's office out at the satellite office expires.
What?
expires.
You're not going back?
No, our lease on that building expires
Oh, okay.
as well.
Oh, okay.
And county clerk's bringing her satellite, she's not gonna have a satellite office, she's bringing all her operation here. And we'll expand, once everybody moves into the new Justice Center, she'll have some more space downstairs for her people. But you'll see also on the expense side for the satellite office, a reduction in expense because we won't have the lease payment for that office space. Let's see. Just, and the fees in lieu of salary at the bottom of the page, you just have some reductions. What that is all the fee offices, county clerk, trustee, circuit court clerk, general sessions, clerk and master, they all collect fees and they pay those over to the county, and we pay their salaries for them. Back in the day, decades ago, when each office, I've been here 30 years, so, and it was before then, each office made their own payroll. But that's changed. And then,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before you move on, sir, the 44131, is that commissary for the jail, sir?
yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
We make a commission off the commissary. Next page is, the health department changed the $431,000. That's all the DGA contract with the Department of Health. The biggest chunk of that is the dental operation that they're going to have. That's all pass-through money, and we've got the same expense. We've got a corresponding on the expense side, a corresponding amount. Under Public Works grants, under School Resource Officer grants, you've got the grants from the state. 18 of them at $75,000 each. So that's what that is. Under other state revenues, you have 46915 contract prisoner board. That's the state inmates that we get. We get $41 a day for housing a state inmate. We've been averaging about 60, and so. And we're anticipate receiving about $950,000 this year. We're going to budget $800,000. Just to be conservative with that.
Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but this contracted prisoner boarding, that's not us soliciting them to keep them
No,
here.
no,
That's
no.
when they've been sentenced to go to a state penitentiary and there's no bed.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of that a lot of it's women, because there's a major shortage of women's beds in the state prison system.
I just don't want it to be thought of that we're building this jail and trying to contract out places. It's the fact that we have to, by law, hold them until there's
Well,
a
it's
state
barely,
bed for them.
it's barely a break-even proposition as it is, so. Ms. Green?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, is that still at $43 a day per prisoner?
41.
41, thank you.
Next page, we have the increase under contributions, the $950,000. That's the $800,000 from the school system and the $150,000 from the city of Morristown's for the SRO program. That's what that is. And then at the bottom of the page where you have transfers in, $150,000. It's 49800. That's the $150,000 that we moved from the opioid account, opioid money, abatement money, Fund 128, right, to 101 for 100,000 of it is for the jail to work program and 50,000 of it is for the recovery court program.
If you will look at 48140, I just noticed at the very end in the comments, animal control, is that, are we doing less?
No, Art, this is based, these are contract services where we contract with the city
Okay,
to do certain services, like,
okay.
it's the city's part of the reappraisal costs. They're paying us. The personal property tax audits, they pay us. They pay a third of the EMA budget,
Okay,
and then the half the cost of the animal shelter.
okay, thank you, thank you.
That's what that is.
Okay.
Okay, that ends the revenue. Then, let's see. Tab 5. Tab 5 will start expenditures for general fund. Any questions on the revenue side? Okay, on the expenditures, the first is under tab 5 is county commission. You have a decrease in medical insurance from a change of coverage of the 8390. You have under 341 pauper burials. That's where we pay for the cremation of an indigent individual who has no family or whose family won't take custody of the body. And so that's our responsibility under the law to see that the remains are disposed of properly. We've moved that expense to the coroner's and medical examiner's budget. So we didn't think it was appropriate necessarily for county commission, so we put it in the medical examiner's budget. So that's why that reduction is there. So overall, county commission budget's down $9,100. Okay, tab 6. Interrupt me as I go through these, but I'm hitting the highlights and the bottom line is what I'm going to do. So the Board of Equalization is tab 6, and this is a reappraisal year, and the assessor is anticipating several weeks of hearings, and so he has to pay his board members. So there's an increase there of $16,000. Tab 7 is the county mayor's budget. There's an increase of $68.46 in that line. Most of that is the official's salary, which is set by the state. It's a minimum salary the state sets, and we pay the minimum of all the elected officials. And then we have the increases in the personnel lines are primarily from taxes on that. Let's see. I have increased at their request under 599 other charges. We pay MATS to do our point in time count. It's a service they provide for us, and so there's a Saturday, I think, in January every year where statewide the homeless are counted. And so they do that for us. And so we've been paying them $1,000 for that for several years. I've increased that to $1,500.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
When do they do that, sir?
I think it's a Saturday I know it's in January, but it's in January.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions there? All right, tab 8 is county attorney, and there's $5,000 increase we just plugged in there with the rate going from $150 an hour to $175. Tab 9 is the election commission, and the increase there, well, we will have in draft 2, and let me back up. There will not be a city election next year after the charter changes that were made. The next city election won't be till 27. till 2027. So he has budgeted a city election in here. There's also corresponding revenue on the revenue side because we charge them for that. And so it'll be a wash, but we will have a new election commission budget sheet in draft 2.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
one thing I've seen on the last few is the salaries for the 23-24 versus the 24-25 are the same other than the head official, or we're not putting COLA in with those?
It's down at the last page in a lump sum.
Okay.
We didn't take the time to do it in each department. We just put it in a lump sum.
Thank you.
And you'll see that. Yeah. Okay, tab 10 is Register of Deeds. $10,300 decrease, and that's from insurance changes. And he had a long-term employee retire, and so the longevity payout is less with the new employee. Okay, tab 11 is planning. Let's see, $14,000 increase, 14.7. 7,500 of it is insurance changes, and then $5,000 in legal fees. We anticipate with the camper enforcement, and that there'll be more activity in court over that and zoning. And so we bumped that up $5,000. Tab 12 is codes enforcement, and that's just the cost of longevity. Longevity increase, Tommy being here another year, you qualify for the longevity pay at 3 years. He's been here 5 at least, and so that's the $87. Everything else is the same. Tab 13 is GIS, is our mapping department. We have a mapper in the assessor's office. She's housed in the assessor's office. She does GIS mapping. She does mapping for the assessor office, and she does addressing. That's her functions, and the only increase there is her longevity pay, $87. Tab 14 is maintenance. You'll see a decrease in medical insurance of $7,500, an increase in communications, which is phone bills. You'll see an increase in electricity, and that's us taking estimating what the cost of electricity will be for the Justice Center. We plugged in $200,000 increase for that. We had a range that the architect gave us, and this is about the middle of the range. And then, let's see. Yeah, the 275, that's right, 275 was for the Justice Center. And then 2 lines below that is natural gas. That's increased $10,000 for the new Justice Center. Now, we don't anticipate spending all of that because, we're not taking over the new building and being responsible for those bills now until October. So, tab 15, and preservations of records, that's the archives, and there's no change there. Tab 16 is the Finance Department. Believe it or not, with all the activity that goes on in finances, last January was the first time we've been fully staffed in a year and a half because of deaths within staff in the office. And so kudos to Amanda and Dennis and our team there. They've done a bang-up job. And so let's see, you have maintenance agreements. Here's one thing we're trying to do in finance, and this affects the whole county, is is trying to streamline and use software to help make us more efficient. And there's one component of our finance software which would make electronic timesheets and timekeeping. And we're going to, in this proposal, is to add that to our software so that we don't keep paper timesheets anymore, that it's all electronic. So, and then we're also looking at, which is not in this budget, we're looking at another piece of software that would help with our grant and our contract administration. And we're evaluating that now, and if we want to add that, we'll present that at June 4th, the next budget meeting. Tab 17 is the assessor of property. In the assessor's budget, there's a decrease in medical insurance. The state mandated raise for the officials, $1,000 increase in gasoline for the field appraisers. So the bottom line is an increase of $552. Tab 18 is reappraisal. And the reduction in the deputy is an employee that went from 5 days a week to 4 days a week. And then the insurance change, decrease of $7,500. There's a $40,500 increase in contracts with private agencies. That's due to reappraisal. And with the company that will be doing the personal property tax audits, that's the increase in postal charges, $20,400. That's a reappraisal expense for when in March or April, I think, is when the reappraisal cards will go out to the property owners with the new values that are on their property.
Mayor, excuse me, sir. On that note, because of next year being a reappraisal year, is it something we can look at as far as educating our public?
Hold on.
Sorry?
Next line down.
My bad.
$11,000 increase. And that's a postcard that Keith sends out to all the property owners that explains reappraisal, and that they're going to be getting a card in the mail the next month, and it explains it. He did this 5 years ago, and it worked amazing.
Okay. I feel it's incumbent upon us because of the values, how they're going to be changing. I want everybody to be aware of this.
Yes.
And the reason.
Yes. Now, with reappraisal, for the commissioners, this is your first term. And reappraisal, like right now, I think, if you ask Keith how much the values are going to go up, he would say about 40%.
Yes.
All right, so your assessment totals are up 40%, your tax rate goes down 40%. So it's revenue neutral. And then any increase from, now what that also means is if your individual property went up in value over 40%, then your taxes are going up. If it went down under 40%, your taxes are going down. And if it was right at 40, it'd be about the same. So that's how reappraisal works in concept. Yes.
I know the last reappraisal, I got calls blaming me because of property taxes, and it wasn't a commission. You know, they just didn't understand, just because of property tax, we got blamed for it, but it wasn't us.
Part of the process.
New homes will be at the high level because they're, should be close to whatever they're priced for, like a house built today. For a house built, Stan and the rest of us built our houses 25 years ago.
They're still gonna get reappraised.
They're gonna get
They're
reappraised.
gonna be higher.
Yeah.
30 years.
At least.
That answer your question?
Yes, sir, Bill. I just feel this, like Greene County, I think was close to 50%, and I just feel like I want folks to be prepared to understand why the increase. And I hope you know, it's for another day of explanation, but yet real property is, like industries, they're taxed every year, and without this reappraisal, we lose money. Because they're at I think it's 0.85 this year. Oh, okay. Okay. That's what I was getting at, is on 0.62. Thank you.
All right, so for the reappraisal budget, it's up $63,000 because of reappraisal. Next tab is 19, the trustee's office, increase of $18,000. You have the officials raise in there. You have reduction in part-time help. The increase of $7,100 under deputies is there's a deputy that's going from 4 days to 5 days. Maintenance agreement, the software went up $1,500. Postage charges went up. And then the $5,000 under 508, premiums on corporate bonds. The comptroller's office has told us that the bond that we have on the trustee is not high enough because more money, based on their formulas, the money that's flowing through his office has reached the next level, and so we need to raise his bond, so this $5,000 will pay the premium for the last 2 years of his term. Tab 20 is the county clerk's office. You'll see a reduction of $14,000, and that all comes from changes, or basically the bulk of it comes from the changes in medical insurance and staff. She's had some turnover in her frontline folks and has some single folks and less dependent coverage. Data processing is tab 21. That's Jeff's budget, and increase of $15,880, and the bulk of that comes from increasing the number of licenses for Office 365 that we're purchasing. We're having more departments use the Office suite, and we're having to pay for more licenses for that. Tab 22 is the satellite office. You'll see a reduction of medical insurance, a reduction of deputies' pay. That's because of turnover of some more senior employees who've left and hired some at the lower starting pay. That's why the longevity's down as well. The medical insurance is down. You see the $15,000 reduction in operating lease payments, item 330. That is where the satellite office is closing, and we don't have the lease payment for the last 6 months of the year. That's what that is. And with electricity, the same thing. We won't have the electricity costs.
Bill, if that satellite's closing, where are you gonna put Judge Bonifay? Where will she be going?
She'll be in the new building. She's got an office in the new building. In the
Justice Center?
Yes.
State still pay for her?
No, they won't pay for it. I've asked them. I asked them to pay for Judge Duggar too. Okay, tab 23. Circuit Court Clerk, increase in part-time of $4,500. Software maintenance at $2,200 in line 334. And then the employee, the officials raise. So increase of $14,900. Tab 24, General Sessions, Division 1, that's Judge Collins's office. It's an increase of $2,900 or $29,000. $9,800 of it is the judge's pay increase, and then $22,000 is increases in health insurance for the magistrates. Right, that's magistrates, not him, but magistrates. So again, you see the impact that changes in insurance coverage are having on the budget up and down. The next tab is 25. That's General Sessions Court Division 2. That's Judge Sinkowski. And the increase there, 11,116, is his pay increase and appropriate taxes. Tab 26 is Recovery Court, Drug Court. In Drug Court and Mental Health Court, Penny Knight is the coordinator of those two programs, and her salary is split among those. We did it 50-50 for this year. We split it 50-50 this year, and next year it's going to be 70% in Drug Court and 30% in Mental Health Court, and so that's the changes in line 105, which is the top line. Line 106 is the new caseworker that was funded mid-year this year. Medical insurance, the changes in medical insurance. Let's see, we have $12,000 in drug testing. That was moved from mental health court, right? And so that's why the $12,000 increase there. We did get a small bump in our recovery court grant from 100,000 to 103. So just a small bump there. Tab 27 is Clerk and Master's Office. And you had the increase from the officials' salary increase, had a long-term employee retire, so that's decrease in longevity, and hired someone which took dependent coverage and health insurance. That's the increase in health insurance. Tab 28 is Juvenile Court Services. You have a decline in line 103, the assistance from staff turnover. You have a decrease in line 207, medical insurance, change of coverage. The budget overall is down $10,500. Tab 29 is mental health court. And you see the decline in the director's pay, 105. That's from, instead of paying 50%, it'll pay 30% of Penny's salary. You have the second caseworker that's funded for 9 months. That's the increase in line 106. And again, this is all funded with a state grant. It's a $150,000 state grant. You have increase in medical insurance, as I mentioned, decreases in some other areas, and increase in testing, drug screening. So it's a $150,000 state grant, and that's how we're paying for this. Tab 30, well, that's courtroom security. We covered that on Monday. 31, 32, 33, 34, 30. Well, let's go back, if you would. Mr. Chairman, this is something that in the Sheriff's Department budget, what I would like is a decision on the flock system, the flock camera system, so we know whether to add it in draft 2 of the budget. And in talking to the sheriff, the reoccurring expense would be, it's $3,000 a camera, 6 cameras, $18,000, about $4,000 for installation. So the appropriation for 24-25 would be about $22,000.
Make a motion, we include it.
Second.
Excuse me, we have a motion from Commissioner Richardson, second from Commissioner Doty. I know we talked about this quite a bit, but do we have any discussion?
One quick add is that it appears to be a good thing.
Absolutely.
It's only used to surveil when it's needed to hold, and it's only a one-year contract, or it's per year, correct, Mayor? So therefore, if we opt out the next year, we opt out.
I don't believe we will, but I think we'll see the evidence of it. Okay, do we need to do a roll call, or? Okay. We're gonna vote now. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, in tab 35, that's the work release program, Don Baird's program. This longevity is the only increase.
Do we even have that anymore?
What's that?
Workhouse, I mean, I thought that, I just noticed there's nobody at Daily Bread. I mean, I thought they came out of the workhouse.
They do. Now, this isn't that workhouse. This
Okay.
is where Judge Collins places defendants on probation,
Okay,
on misdemeanor probation.
okay,
And this is the office that manages misdemeanor
thank you.
probation, and they manage a litter pickup crew.
Yes,
And of Lorenzo Miller, he runs that. Lorenzo's in this budget. They also send defendants in court to drug treatment.
oh,
And
okay,
they monitor
okay,
folks who go through sessions court.
okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Cutshaw?
Yes, I just, to redress what you just mentioned, the Daily Bread, the reason they don't have inmate help now is because of the ankle monitoring system that was instituted. Therefore, it's a cost. And unless that inmate wants to pay that cost of such as $18 a day, they can't go, it's either that or an armed guard has to be with an inmate if
I
they
see.
leave the facility.
Of the state law change.
Thank you for that clarification.
In underline 399, other contracted services, or the $205,000 line, that's $200,000 of that is the jail to work program. 100,000 is general fund money. 100,000 is opioid money, and then the $5,000 is domestic violence classes that we hold. Judge Collins will tell you that lots of his cases, there's domestic violence involved in that, and so he requires certain defendants to take the domestic violence class. And Stepping Out is the one who provides that class. So that's where that $205,000 goes.
That's just starting this year.
No, it's been going on for a while. Like, let's see, Wayne, on 23-24 is when we first started the opioid money, where it bumped from 98,000 to 200,000. Before that, we were doing, we were funding jail to work and the domestic violence. It's gone from, we started jail to work with about 90,000 and bumped it to 100,000, and then it's been going on since 2018, and then last year was the first year of the opioid money, or this year we're in that. Tab 36 is EMA. Director Bell is proposing, overall the budget's down $1,000. He's proposing that that we pay EMA, what used to be EMA volunteers, that we pay them hourly rate around $15 an hour to work community events and traffic control and that kind of thing, work the 4th of July, work the Christmas parade, and what's enabling us to pay for that is we no longer have to carry a liability insurance policy on those volunteers. And that was costing us $2,800.
Is there a grant on, is there a grant on that?
No, we were paying an insurance policy on the EMA volunteers who volunteered their time to work the events, and that was $2,800. So we're gonna take that $2,800, cancel that liability insurance, take the $2,800 and make them part-time employees.
And then they fall under the county's.
Then they fall under the county's liability.
I know we're in budget, but at what point will you be discussing how they're gonna handle the EMA as far as the comptroller's office and all that? I know you're in budget, so I'm asking the question now. At what
We
point?
can talk about it next month. It's handled. He's not taking the truck home. He stays here.
They fired the gentleman at the landfill, if I remember correctly, for ordering parts.
All right, let's
For
stay
his
on
truck.
task.
But just a moment, I
It's been a
know.
long day, let's
But
stay
just
on
a moment,
task.
please.
Let's stay on task, please.
I know, I understand, but please let me finish what I was saying.
You asked, he answered, next month, we'll cover it, okay?
No, not really, but
Tab 37, under two items under 316, and that's the 911. The 911 contribution, the increase of 17,000 for that, and then the EMS ambulance service contribution of 75,000.
Mr. Mayor, quick question. You'd mentioned the opioid money before. Is there any way that any of that could be used to help with the 911 problem? Because those folks,
Doesn't qualify.
I know we've looked at money, 5%, 3% for everybody else. They should be considered as well.
It doesn't qualify for the restricted funds. There's some undesignated funds that could be.
Because we gave raises, 3%, 5% here. Even county commission got an increase.
Well, their people got increases too.
Yeah, but those folks work a whole lot harder than we do.
Speak for yourself.
I am.
Okay, tab 38 is a civil service board. There's no change in civil service board. Tab 39 is your medical examiner. There's an increase under contracts. Let's see if I can get this straight. There's a contracts with private agencies. That's the autopsies. And autopsies now are just shy of $2,000 apiece. And we have 40? Do we have that many? We're having more and more. There was a time, it might have been February, where we had some bad drugs. We had some fentanyl-laced drugs that were getting out, and we had like 5 people die within a week. And the medical examiner in the DA's office wanted autopsies done on all 5 of those folks. And so there'll probably be some criminal charges coming from that. But with the fentanyl deaths and those kind of things, we're having more autopsies done. So this is to cover the autopsies. The pauper burials that we moved from the county commission budget shows here in the medical examiner's budget. You have, let's see, we increased the pay for the medical examiner at his request. Dr. Thompson does a fantastic job, and we don't need to lose him. And from $26,000 to $30,000. So it was a $4,000 increase.
On those autopsies, it's criminal case, we won't get no reimbursement for them, do we, if they're convicted?
That's medical examiner. Any questions? Public health, tab 40, that's your health department. This is the The increase of $132,000, that's the DGA contract, the increase in the DGA contract, and that's dental, primarily, as I mentioned, on the revenue side. There is about $63,000 in here of local funds that are used to pay the fixed cost of the health department building. The electricity, the internet service, things like that. The housekeeping, or custodial services. All right, tab 41 is animal control, and it's a decrease of $3,400.
Did you say increase or decrease?
Decrease of $3,400.
No, wait a minute. I had made a note here. Goodness gracious. They can only house or keep or whatever, how many dogs and pets? Do we know? 24? Or how do we increase that to? Is it room, or they don't have enough cages, or what is it? It's just yeah.
It's the facility.
Okay.
And by the way, and we'll get to it later, well, we'll talk about it later, about the matching funds for.
We're paying them $300,000.
Yes.
City matching that.
Yes. We pay 150 and they pay 150. They pay us 150 and then
we pay the whole 300, okay. Wasn't there something where they wanted more last year and you had a matching, they think, come up with 100,000?
That, yes, we'll talk about that in a minute. I've got that in another part, in the capital part of the budget.
Okay. So when this, the contract for services at Morristown and Hamlin Humane Shelter, so the animal control pays them to, I was just wondering why they.
Okay, on 312, line 312.
Yes, sir, explain
All right,
that.
that's what we pay the Humane Society for their animal shelter
Okay, thank you.
services.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, I know, one more. I had written down, rabies medicine is in here somewhere, surely, or rabies. I just wondered where, maybe that's other supplies, or, I don't know.
The medical's taken care of at the shelter.
Right, and when, so, I remember getting a dog, from the shelter for my daughter, and anyway, they said everything's done, or I had to pay $50 or something, but the rabies, they do. They give the baby.
The shelter does.
The shelter does,
The shelter
okay.
does.
Okay, thank you.
This is animal control.
Yeah,
This is 2 people, right?
Yes, 2 people.
that is a problem.
What's the 2 people? Then you got the man at the shelter.
Oh, okay, so the shelter and the controller.
Yeah.
Okay,
Two
thank you.
different budgets.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, tab 42, line 309, 55710, 309, sanitation management, that's $14,000 and some change that we pay, Keep Morristown, Hamilton County Beautiful for education. That's part of the litter grant requirement. And $14,000 of the litter grant has to be used for community education. They do that for us. And then $5,000 is used for the tire take-back events that we have. We have 2 now. And then in other public health and welfare, item 309, that's contract with government agencies. That's the tire grant money that we receive from the state. It's a pass-through onto the landfill. That takes care of all the tires. Tab 43 is Cherokee Park. Increase of $6,900. We have a reduction in overtime pay we've reduced our overtime with the part-time help that we're using. And so that's been about a wash there. We've increased, some repairs on the buildings, $2,000. The $11,500 is increase in water and sewer. That we're using more water.
What about sewer?
It's based on the water usage, the
We have
sewer
sewer.
rate is.
We have sewer out there at Cherokee Farm.
We have, we're charged just sewer fee because of the water, right? It's Morristown Utilities. Yeah.
But we don't have sewer.
No, but this is the name of the account on the chart of accounts. Yeah, this is just on the chart of accounts that we get from the state. It says water and sewer, whether we have sewer or not.
Okay.
Why don't we have sewer?
Because it would cost
They're
several
right next-
$100,000 to put it in the campground.
They're right next to that last campground.
It'd cost a bunch more. I think we've had a study done on it here in
How you handle sewer in in those little buildings? How's that done? Septic? Septic, all of it?
all of it.
Good question.
Wow.
Item 44, or tab 44 is the Ag Extension Office. They've included a 3% increase in their pay. Now this will change. If you approve a 5% increase, this will go to 5% on these employees. Some of them are paid all by UT. One is paid all by us, and then others are split. Am I correct with that? So just the county portion will increase. Whatever COLA you give the county portion of this budget will increase by that. Tab 45 is soil conservation. You may recall mid-year, we added a,
Technician.
yes ma'am, thank you. And so the full-time assistant, which is Sonia Ricker, went from 5 days to 4 days. And then that helped provide some local money to go with the state and USDA money to fund this position. And so the $21,820 that shows an increase under there is the amount of the state grant, the federal grant. Federal grant?
I think it's 7. There's a little bit.
Okay, it's grant money that pays that.
Mr. Mayor, did she say state or federal? I didn't, you.
Both, combination
Mr.
of
Both,
both.
thank you.
All right, stormwater on tab 46. This is an area that we needed to up our game on. We had an audit by TDEC about a year ago, and we needed to do some more testing and reporting, and so we have a full-time employee in that slot for the first time. She's just finishing her first year, and we've made progress in adopting. You guys have adopted the policies that we were required to adopt. Now the next action is for stream testing, and that we just signed the contract for the stream testing for this year, and so and then that'll be a 3-year process. So a decrease in that budget of $321. We've got everything in place now to implement what we need to implement in stormwater. Now this is the stormwater. This isn't the stormwater projects that we talked about in the grant discussion on Monday. This is the stormwater monitoring of streams and that kind of thing. Tab 47 is tourism. We contribute $22,500 to the tourism program managed by the Chamber of Commerce. The City of Morristown does a percentage of their hotel motel tax. It's several $100,000. And then in the next line under contributions or under other contracted services is where we fund the 4th of July celebration a sponsorship for the state disc golf championship, and $200 for maintenance of our Civil War trail sign out here on the courthouse lawn. Tab 48, industrial development. No change in this, not $91,000 to the Joint Economic Development Board managed by the chamber. The return on investment has been, for 2023, we had $197 million of capital investment by companies in town with 606 new jobs. So we get a pretty good return on investment here. And then line 364 is the TIF payment. It's a wash. You'll see the revenue on the revenue side, and then this payment is for the TIF payments to the, I think they go to the chamber, right? And then they distribute it to the banks. And that's incentives for development, retail development. 49 is veteran service. Have a $90 increase, and that is for longevity. For Tim Williams is our veteran service officer. He works 4 days a week and does a great job. Tab 50 is, this is just kind of a catch-all area in the budget under employee benefits. We do have an increase in liability insurance there. This is the $200,000. This is for the Justice Center. Liability and building insurance for the Justice Center building. And then we have a $40,000 increase in that line as well for the 18% increase in premiums, just on other county property. And then we have a $7,500 increase on workman's comp. 18% increase there.
Mr. Mayor, quick question. Out from that on the liability, I'm not real good at reading it, but it says 18% increase, and then it says something about 911. Explanation, please, sir.
911, part of our agreement with 911 when they bought the health department building is we reimburse them for what they pay for coverage of that building. And so that's the 15.
Okay. Thank you.
But that's just while we're still in it, is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
See, tab 51 is line 310 are the payments we make, kind of, you could say, assessments, membership to ETHRA and to East Tennessee Development District for a total of $16,300, no increase there. Trustees Commission has gone up, and what that is property taxes. Property taxes are collected, and the trustee gets, I think it's 1% or 1% on property taxes. Yeah, and that goes to him or to his office, and under the fee and lieu of section in the revenue section, it's reflected there. You'll see that. And in the old days, he paid his salaries from it and then turned the excess over. But all this money goes to the general fund. So the $70,000 as an expense really just comes back to the general fund on the revenue side. Okay, on tab 52 is the capital. We've gone through most of this. Let's see, you have 50,000. If you look under the bolded center column, under proposed budget 24-25, if you look at that, 50,000, that's for the engineer for the balconies out front. Help give us an evaluation as we go through the process of applying for the historic grant to repair or replace the balconies. The $10,000 is for HVAC units that may be needed. We've had a replacement program go on for several years that our maintenance department has done. $35,000 is the one vehicle in this budget that's for the building inspector. The $200,000 under other capital outlay, $799. That's Wayne. That's the Humane Society for the animal shelter money. $100,000 would be a contribution, and then $100,000 would be an incentive, would be a match. And talking to the Humane Society folks this week, is their approach they're taking, and they've got a fundraiser going on tonight, is once they raise $100,000, then they're going to come to us. So we're not going to pay any of this out until they reach raising $100,000.
Is that from the time it starts, or can you carry it over 2 years?
We can carry it as long as it's funded or is budgeted. We can carry it over.
So if it takes them 3 years to get that $100,000, we're gonna be locked in after that time. So we'll be paying $400,000 a year for
You're not. You'll make a decision every year whether to keep this money available or not, and you budgeted it for 23, 24. And so I'm asking you to budget it again. Because that space is critical there. They need more space. In our animal control operation, and our citizens really, their efforts are hampered by not having enough kennels and enough space. Okay, next page on capital, you have the 325, that's for the architect fees for the health department. That's part of our match. And then the 1.5 million is what we're estimating the building cost would be for the 9,000 square feet that we would finish county space at the shopping center. The space for ag extension, be 1,000 square feet for the voting machine.
Storage?
Yes. And there's a space, a small office for the medical examiner's operation, and then there's some undesignated space that will be finished.
How much space is left?
Pardon?
How much footage is left after you do what we've got?
After we do, there's a lot of space left that we're not proposing to build out.
We're talking about this party room we're wanting to do for Hispanics.
Welcome Center.
Welcome Center, Welcome Center. We're talking, why can't you put that out there?
It's going to be at Ola. So it's going to be at Ola Lakeway, so it won't cost us anything. And as far as space, the idea of having the Welcome Center at Ola is that they're going to have the interpreters there. And so it's going to be a one-stop shop for the immigrant families to come and learn about the schools and about the health department and other services that are available. And they'll have folks who can interpret for them.
So we'll put all that out
at Ola. Yes.
At Hola up or where they're at, or?
Yes.
So we're not gonna have to get another place to put it? No. Hola's got enough down under that hole?
It's really there'll only need to be space for one person. And the Welcome Center would employ one person, part-time. And so there just need to be office space there and probably a work area to bring the families in.
What about when they have classes? They got room for classes?
They've got, they've got several rooms.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of the page, 399 other contracted services, the 85,000, that's the solution for the Martin Luther King Highway 160 intersection, the J-turn project. That's our local contribution. School system, committed 85,000. We've committed 85,000, and the city of Morristown has committed 170.
Have you been down by there lately, Bill?
By the intersection? Yes. I've been on 160 past it, yes.
What I see, 'cause I go in there all the time, I see less traffic coming towards 160 on Martin Luther than I ever have. 'Cause they found a way to go down to South Cumberland and come back up. That way they don't have to turn right to go left. A lot. I don't know what's gonna happen when, you know, our school over, when they've gotta turn right to go left. I just, every time I grit my teeth every time I go by there, 'cause you come out Martin Luther, you gotta turn right to go left on 160. So you gotta get across 2 lanes of traffic that's coming towards you, and you go down Sulphur Springs, Sulphur Springs Road, and turn, and come back up. People on Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs, you gotta turn right, just like Martin Luther gotta do. But Sulphur Springs can turn left on Sulphur Springs and come back up. You gotta feed yourself into two lines of traffic coming, the same way you're going. And you gotta get all the way over to the left, to turn left to go back the other side of the highway. And that's about, what was that, about a mile, a little over a mile down there where they're gonna do that turnaround?
I
They've not got it
haven't
marked
seen the
or-
location.
They've not got it marked or anything yet.
I haven't seen the location. They don't have the funding yet from the state.
They what?
They don't have the funding, the state funding for it yet. It's in the pipeline.
Well, it's on my mind, I want to ask you, what about up there, the 2 roads? The one that goes towards White Pine on 25, at that intersection, and then the intersection right on the other side of the other bridge where you go left to go to Walter State or Walmart. They were talking about putting 2 red lights in there.
That is part of the quarter study that was completed on 160. Those were the recommendations that came out of that.
2 red lights out there, but no red lights down on Martin Luther.
Okay, let's get back to the budget, okay?
Let's see, Mr. Chairman, that's it. And the process that I envision is that on the 4th, we'll come back and ask you to vote on each fund, on the budget on each fund. Oh, one thing too, sorry, on tab 52, the last page on tab 52, you'll see a lump sum amount of $616,000. That's for a 5% COLA for general fund employees. And you have a lump sum amount at the bottom of each, like the highway fund, the sanitation fund. There'll be a lump sum amount that would equal the COLA and the taxes and the retirement contribution. So you can see that. If you want us to look at a 3% or 4% or any other amount other than 3, we can do that.
That it?
One last question, please.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, is our budget book, is it online for the public to be able to pull up and look at? Okay, it will be Monday in full. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Okay. Let's keep in mind, we have our, excuse me, our regular commission meeting on the 23rd, which is Thursday, 5 o'clock. You see on your agenda there, June 4th, June 30th. Keep those in mind. Those are important dates for us. As my colleagues would say, all minds clear.
As clear as they're gonna be.
Adjourned.
Okay. Let's go get our potting soil and head to catch more.
Okay.